pardon me, in 2023. But the purpose of that, like I said, is it's an expansion on what we currently do. We're going to be, buddy, hey, I'm on the phone with Superman, okay? Sorry. Sorry, it's going to align with our peers in 2023 triennial filing cycle. So it's going to be an expansion on what we currently do, with intentions to ramp up even further in the full triennial. So it's going to up what we currently do, and then we'll up it again in 2023 when we file on the same cycle as our peers.
Excellent. Thanks, Nate. One thing I failed to mention earlier was if there are any questions, you can drop them in the chat. Not sure if you have the option to raise your hand if you want to ask verbally, but if you drop questions in the chat, I can ask them of the presenters. Do we have Samarth yet?
I believe we have Samarth. I'm gonna, if you all don't mind, I'm gonna share my screen. He's got a quick deck. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay, can folks see the PowerPoint there? Great.
We can.
Samarth, are you there? He's saying he's muted. You should be able to unmute yourself there, Samarth. Any progress? All right, well, I'm happy to just go ahead and present here because we're somewhat limited by time, but really the idea here is just to remind folks that this working group exists. We haven't met in a bit, but typically we in the past have met a couple times a year to talk about low-income energy efficiency issues. And so I think it's useful to remind ourselves what the group is, and how we got started, some of the decisions we've made in the past, and what we might do here in the future. So the low-income work. Oh. Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead. I gave you a little intro there.
Sorry about that, everyone. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so where did you? Sorry, I don't have my shared screen on. So where did you leave off?
On that second slide there, if you want to go ahead.
Okay, yeah, great. So this second slide is the mission, tactics, and structure of the meetings. And again, I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Samarth Medekar. I'm with the Midwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. I'm also a member of the steering committee of the Low Income Work Group. And so today I sort of created this deck. I wanted to provide an overview and some background on the Low Income Work Group so that folks who are on this call today are aware of the work group, and that if they're interested in participating either as a steering committee member or as a stakeholder in shaping upcoming or future agendas for this work group, that you can reach out to me. My contact is in the slide. So that's the purpose for sort of sharing this background information. And so the meetings, tactics, and structure here on the slide was co-developed or collaboratively developed by the group. The mission of the Low Income Work Group is to maximize the benefits of and access to energy efficiency for Missouri's low-income households. We do this work by building relationships across sectors, filling knowledge gaps via information sharing and mutual education, bridging between policy and utility stakeholders and low-income community stakeholders, monitoring and providing feedback on the implementation of utility low-income programs, actively seeking common ground as an alternative to contested filings, encouraging collaboration and partnership to ensure energy efficiency program success, and making recommendations where areas of agreement are identified. And so the structure of the meetings that we have we've aimed for is 2 in-person meetings every year that are 3 hours long, and 2 calls between those in-person meetings that are about an hour and a half long. And so this is what we've aimed to have. Of course, in the last 2 years, it's been there's been some inconsistency there. But as you'll see, we're planning for a meeting. We're hoping to plan a meeting this summer, and so that's sort of the purpose of sharing this information. Next slide. So who participates in the MEAC low-income work group? Well, anyone who would like to. Traditionally, stakeholders have included state agency staff, so Division of Energy, Office of Public Counsel, Missouri Public Service Commission, Missouri Housing Development Commission, as well as city staff, energy and environmental advocates, utilities and implementers, community action agencies, and multifamily housing owners and advocates. A recurring theme from the last several years of these meetings has been that this work group would benefit from and requires more representation from community groups, renters, tenant advocates, environmental justice communities, and other underrepresented groups. So in addition to your individual organization's interest in participating in the low-income work group, if you're aware of any groups that are working in impacted communities or would benefit from low-income energy efficiency programs. My contact is in this presentation deck. If you can share this presentation deck or my contact with them, that would be great. I think that would really improve the low-income work group and sort of resolve that need for more representation of the groups that these programs are delivered to. So next slide. This is a list of the current steering committee members or their organizations at least. So the steering committee, duties of the steering committee have included supporting development of the agenda and logistics of the meetings, including dates and time, as well as facilitation of agenda items or facilitation of meetings. For those on this call today that are current members of the steering committee of the low-income work group, look out for an email about whether you are interested in continuing to participate in the steering committee, whether others in your organization would like to participate. And for those who are on this call that would like to participate in the steering committee or would like to get more information about the steering committee of the low-income work group, again, my contact is in here. Reach out to me. And I can share those communications about agenda or meeting development with you. So next slide. And so the next two slides are a list of 2019 deliverables. The purpose of this is to give you all an idea of the type of work that we have done over the last 2 years or currently doing. As you'll see in my last slide on the next steps, this list of deliverables is due for revisiting and an update. And so that is definitely going to be an agenda item for an upcoming meeting. I'll just quickly walk through these deliverables so you all have an idea of the type of work that we have collaboratively agreed on doing. So the first is a cheat sheet or web page listing different low-income energy and social service programs, their administrators, and their eligibility requirements. This is in progress. Sharing of a list of different potential ways that multifamily owners should be allowed to document eligibility with utility contacts. This has been completed. Collaborative generation of recommendations to the Missouri Housing Development Commission on how it could incorporate energy efficiency and utility program participation in its low-income housing tax credit award selection process. This has been completed and needs a new next step. A list of energy efficiency program information we want to host on the MissouriSaves.com website. This is in progress. Sharing of low-income housing tax credit utility process map and low-income housing tax credit process 101 resources with additional utility contacts. This has been completed and needs a new next step. Sharing of sample incentive commitment letter with additional cities. This has been completed and needs a new next step. And then the next slide is a continuation of these. Collect feedback on KCP&L or Evergy's pilot newsletter, explore potential for collaboration on newsletters across additional utilities. This has been completed and needs a new next step. A proposal for the type of program implementation information the low-income work group might want to receive from the utilities on a regular basis. This is in progress. Presentation, webinar, or conversation on best practices in weatherization utility coordination. This is in progress. Collection of feedback on and refinement of model language that utilities and advocates could use in future rate cases in order to allow greater flexibility for utility originating weatherization dollars, then is allowed by federally originating weatherization dollars. This has been completed and needs a new next step. Find out what other groups are doing to discuss, address walkway health and safety issues. Let them know our group is discussing this topic and would welcome their participation. This is in progress. And lastly, an action plan to engage grassroots and community groups in the MEAC low-income work group, including solicitation of ideas for immediate community need. And so this is a new deliverable, and this is an example of a new deliverable. There are point people for each of these deliverables, which isn't listed here, and so you can get an idea of the sort of structure. And yeah, thanks for letting me walk through that. Next slide. And so just for some next steps, like I mentioned, we're planning for a meeting this summer, and this is definitely a call for agenda items. For example, two that will definitely be on there are utility program updates and revisiting co-creating deliverables. And so if you have thoughts on agenda items, we can discuss today if we have time. Otherwise, my contact is here. You can reach out to me about proposing those ideas. We need to revisit the steering committee members, as I mentioned. And so lastly, to be involved either as a steering committee member or stakeholder, or to share this opportunity with others. This is my contact. Again, my name is Samarth Medekar with MIA. And so thank you for your time and for allowing me to walk through that. If you all have any questions, I can answer them. If anyone on the steering committee of the low-income work group would like to chime in, add anything, feel free to do so. But thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Great information.
And this is Andrew. I'll stop sharing my screen here, but yeah, just a reminder, Samarth already mentioned, but we listed those members of the steering committee, and you should know who you are. If you don't, if your organization isn't sure who that individual is, we can get with you. And please don't feel shy to, reach out and say, hey, I don't think I got the capacity to pay attention. Please remove me, or please add me. I'd like to be more involved. That steering committee is really just a commitment to be a little bit more responsive for emails and calls, help us think through and plan and set agendas for upcoming meetings and things like that. And so we're really hoping to be more involved with this group coming up here this summer and fall. And thanks for your engagement there.
So I've actually got a question. Samarth, Andrew, Annika, anybody, that is sort of taking the lead for the subcommittee. Obviously, it's been more than a year, since we've met. COVID-19 hit. A lot has happened since then. We're in the process right now of starting, here in Jefferson City, we're back in the office. We're actually going to be starting to do live hearings here in the near future. Do you think that we should hold the next committee live here in Jeff? At the time we had talked about maybe doing something in St. Louis or Kansas City. Any thoughts one way or the other? I would, despite technical difficulties, we've got, 80 plus people participating on this call, this webinar right now, which is nice.
This is Samarth. I think that's an idea that we've explored, and we can, I think, discuss as a steering committee if the majority of folks are in favor of having an in-person meeting this year, assuming that that sort of the COVID situation is consistently okay. I think that's something that we can definitely consider.
Okay. So should we expect maybe a poll or something to go out here in the near future just to get feedback?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for your question.
So unless there may be other questions about low-income work group or some of those deliverables or whatever, happy to, if people want to fire those off, that's great. But otherwise, we're happy to hand off. We talked about EM&V for a second there, and we heard from Brad at Empire District about their MIA plan, or not Brad, Nate, sorry, with Empire about their plans for a MIA filing. Do we want to talk about those in more depth?
Well, I mean, as it pertains to low income issues, I think we've got an excellent speaker today, with Empowered Data Works. And, I'd encourage, people that are interested in that issue to really focus in on what Hassan has to say. I've had an opportunity to listen to one of his talks before, and I think it really speaks to a lot of what that collaborative group is trying to accomplish. And then really that's the key word there is accomplish. So, identifying goals and deliverables, I think, is going to be key to moving forward.
Yeah, I think if there's no further questions on that, to Andrew's point, we can kind of jump back into the EM&V and MIA updates with the other electric utilities. So, Brian File, are you on with Evergy?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll give you the floor if you want to kind of give us an update on what you guys got going on.
Sure. Thanks, Brad. And thanks for putting this together. Having done this before, I know technically getting all the things together, and Jeff for putting the agenda together is a lot of work. So thanks, guys, for doing that for today. Looking forward to hearing a lot of these presentations and talking through it. So again, Brian File, I'm the director of DSM at Evergy. Thought we would just give a couple quick updates on things we have going on, and I'll call on my team to do a little bit of that and talk about their activities, specifically about EM&V, and then pay as you save, quick update for folks who may not be as close in some of our stakeholder meetings to get a little piece of that. So maybe first, Randy Spalla, are you on at the moment?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can, a little bit quiet, but yeah, go ahead and give a quick EM&V update, please.
I will do that. Our EM&V contracts expired at the end of, MIA Cycle 2, and Guidehouse had been our evaluator since the beginning. MIA Cycle 3, we ended up engaging 2 EM&V evaluators. This may not be news to anybody or not anyway. So ADM Associates is evaluating our demand response residential portfolio. Guidehouse is doing the CNI business portfolio. So it's Cycle 3. Because on the reporting aspect, we sort of shortened the timeline. We actually delayed the first draft report to 3 days until April 1st, so that the first report draft could be more accurate and complete. We're going to have 1 report draft this year versus 2 in prior cycles, so that in the end, the final report's going to be issued around July 1st. I think we're on schedule for that. So that's actually, probably 2 to 3 months earlier than it had been in prior cycles. That's a positive step. So as part of this process, every year when we update our TRM, it's one of the major inputs to the evaluation process. So that's this year. So Craig, you'll see that later this year. Our data TRM to be effective the first of next year. It's kind of the high-level update. As I said, the first report drafts were issued by ADM and Guidehouse on April 1st. All the comments were received from all the parties, all the stakeholders by May 31st. Guidehouse hosted their comment review meeting last week on June 10th, and we resolved all items of any consequence. ADM's report comment meeting is scheduled for next 21st. Discuss their report draft. So again, all report drafts should be issued. The final one's issued on June 30th. So right now, they're just both evaluators are doing their usual evaluation, issuing surveys, the evaluation plan for PY2 that we're in the midst of. So that may be discussed further in this meeting. So that's the story where we're at on EM&V. So any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Randy. It was a little bit faint, so if anybody had trouble hearing that, we can follow up if you have some questions or things that you want an update. But thanks, Randy. Again, kind of going through the normal process for us, and also, evolving and trying to keep better there. Have a couple new parties in there with ADM to see how we can, keep getting better at this EMV thing and learn from the process. The next thing I wanted to hit on a little bit is our pay-as-you-save filing, which was submitted on the beginning of this month. I think it was the 3rd of June. And so I have April McNabb just to give a high-level overview of that filing. As you maybe remember, this was a commitment in terms of the MIA 3 approval from the commission at the beginning of 2020 as we got into MIA cycle 3. So we are following through on that and now have a filing out there. And April, if you're on, would you mind giving a little bit of high-level overview on that filing?
Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm April McNabb, like Brian said. And again, we filed for the pay-as-you-save pilot, the 1-year pilot, on June 3rd to deliver by the end of MIA cycle 3. So our program's set to launch in September of this year to our Missouri residential rate customers. There's no credit checks or utility payment history checks required in order to participate. And the program will be available to both homeowners and renters, with really a strong focus on the low-income multifamily housing and low to moderate income customers in the Missouri territories. The program will be targeting homes specifically with high energy use by their square foot. We also put a RFP out late last year to select a third party to implement the program. And we landed with eUtility, who is really the only licensed operator of the PAYS system, and we're going to lean on them as the experts here. The program will offer mostly heating, cooling, weatherization methods with an in-depth energy audit to really determine each home's scope of work. We've set the pilot budget for just over $10 million, with $7 million of that dedicated to the actual measures and installations in the homes. So with a target to complete just under 1,000 projects in the first 12 months, we're really looking forward to delivering this pilot and seeing how it does. And we look forward to reporting out on the program's progress at 6 and 12 months. And again, we're looking to launch that in September.
Very good. Thanks, April. And I know we're going to hear from eUtility and Tammy a little bit later today, so you'll get some more insight into the Pay-as-you-save program. But just want to give everyone a quick update on our progress here and let you know that that's out there and something we're looking forward to hearing back from. Any questions from anybody on that? Very good.
Hi, this is Josh Campbell. I did have a question. When it comes to the PAYS program, you had said the audits will be included for every property?
Yeah, that will be available to all of the participants at no cost. Really, the customer is only paying us back once they actually do an installation.
Okay, and it's sorry, go ahead. Okay. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, with that energy audit, we're also providing some smaller energy saving measures like LED bulbs, faucet aerators, low flow shower heads, while the data collector's in the home.
Fantastic. And then do you guys know what like the interest rate on repayment is?
Yeah, we landed at 3% is what we included in our filing.
That is fantastic. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And hi, April. This is Laura with NRDC. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Just a quick question on the availability of the program for tenants. Could you speak at all in terms of like protections for the tenants and also for both tenants and owners? Is there work to direct them to rebates first before they get involved with the PAYS program?
So we are offering any of our existing rebates. So that'll help cut down the total installation and equipment costs. So we're really balancing our rebate program. We have a current heating, cooling, and weatherization program that offers rebates and this PAYS program. But as far as protections go with the customer, again, with the PAYS program design, the repayment is tied to the location rather than the customer. So if it's a renter who moves out or an owner who sells the property, they're no longer tied to that debt. So also anybody moving into a property with a PAYS loan assigned to that premise, we're making sure that property records is notified, the owner or the seller is required to notify of that energy efficiency charge when they're moving in. And then we're also doing our due diligence on the utility side to make sure that the customer is well aware of that additional charge on their bill and kind of the benefits from participating in the program. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is Andrew with Renew Missouri. Quick follow-up question, as long as we're talking about apartment buildings. I'm assuming that this program is only offered to the residential class and not, for example, to a owner of a 4-family or something like that. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, as long as the multifamily building is on a residential rate where the renters are paying the utility bills, we'll go in and do the PAYS work. We have another program for income eligible multifamily who does some of the more common areas. But this will just be a residential rate pilot.
But with the tenant being the customer, right? Correct, and not the building owner.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to drill down on. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the tenant who pays the utility bills.
Sorry, this is Laura again. Now I have a follow-up. So none of this is only going into buildings where the tenants pay the bills.
Correct. As long as the customer is on as long as the customer is on a residential rate with us, whether it's a multifamily property, whether it's a single family home, whether it's a prefabricated home that was built, in the last 25 years, as long as the renter is paying utilities.
This is Annika with the National Housing Trust. I just want to verify the rebates for low-income customers are not only offered, but would you confirm that it's not possible to participate in PAYS without also receiving all rebates that you're entitled to? It's one thing to offer them, but is the implementer required to make sure that all of those rebates are applied?
Yes. Any available rebates for equipment or air sealing insulation, those will be applied to the total project cost.
Thank you.
Hey, Annika, and hey, April. I'm going to go ahead and chime in. This is Natalie. In regards to the equipment, if we're going to talk specifically about HVAC, we are requiring that eUtility would install only equipment that would qualify under our standard rebates in place to ensure that they also get the benefit of those rebates and more energy efficient equipment. So 16 SEER and higher equipment. We're not allowing them to do minimum standard SEER equipment. We're requiring them to do at least the minimum for the program participation to ensure that they do also get the rebates available.
Thanks, Natalie.
All right, good discussion there on pay as you save. And again, I think we'll probably have a chance to dig a little bit more into details there, but we're excited. April and Natalie have done a ton of work getting ourselves in a good spot to get this launched out, to understand all the ins and outs of how the program can work for this pilot. So we're excited about it. Just wanted to mention that a little bit. And we're open to any other questions generally about Evergy's activity, but those are the two primary things we have going on from the filing in the middle of cycle 3 and then the e-meeting process.
Brian, I got one for you. Should we expect stakeholders to start engaging discussion here in 2021 about future cycles?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I think maybe we talked a little bit about this on our advisory group call. I imagine towards the latter half of this year, we'll start talking about, our cycle goes through the end of 2022. I wouldn't expect we would file something until the early part of 2022, but we would start the discussions, last half of this year or last quarter of this year.
Got it. Thanks.
Great. Sounds like that's it for me, Brad. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, Jeff actually took my question. So unless there's any other questions, we can move on to Craig Aubuchon with Ameren. You on?
We can't hear you, Craig.
Can you hear my audio now?
Perfect.
You go.
All right. I always have to figure out which system wants which cord's plugged in, so all good. I will share my screen as well. So good morning, everybody. For those you haven't met, Craig Aubuchon, Ameren, Missouri. I'm our senior manager over our energy efficiency operations, so really over our MIA portfolio. And so I'll go over an update, and then, you know, Brad, you asked that I pose one or two questions, really just as food for thought for the rest of the afternoon. So I'll give an update, and then I'll end with those. So in terms of where we are with EM&V and MIA, we are wrapping up our 2020 evaluation cycle. For those of you that don't know, Opinion Dynamics, ODC, is our evaluator. They delivered the final reports to stakeholders. You should have got that in your inbox on the night of the 10th or the morning of the 11th last week when you woke up. Next step is that the independent auditor's report is due on the 24th. I don't know if Steve Grover or anybody from Evergreen is on the phone, but I know they're well aware of that deadline. And then July 1st would be the last day for any of the stakeholders to submit a change request based on what they've seen in the final evaluation plan or the independent auditor's report. On the next slide, I'll talk about some thoughts just in general related to EM&V that I think we as a state should have on our radar. Other things upcoming related to MIA. Last year, you'll remember that we filed for a one-year extension for our programs to run through the year 2022. We signed that stipulation agreement with stakeholders in August. Part of that stipulation agreement said that we would hold two stakeholder workshops really related to the issue of urban heat islands. We are going to have that first conversation here in another month on July 15th, and then schedule that second one in August. So look for an invite for that as well. In terms of future filings, we've got a handful coming down the pipe. We will file our annual TRM update. We expect to try to file that a little bit earlier this year in the September timeframe. So now that the final evaluation report is done, you know, we're updating some of those deemed assumptions, some of those realization rates to get that into that TRM. And that would have a request then to be effective for January 1st, 2022. And that would have a request then to be effective. This year we'll also be doing our annual filing for the Rider Energy Efficiency Investment Charge. That typically gets filed around November to be effective in rates the following February. And then lastly, as it relates to MIA, we're actually in the process of, I like the analogy of the 5-yard line. We are on the 5-yard line as well ourselves of making another MIA filing for another one-year extension of our programs, really following that framework that was approved for 2022. And we'll be filing that for the program year 2023. We're doing that. I think that you talked about, you know, the connection to the IRP and the triennial filing. We are seeking another one-year extension largely so that we can make room this fall to finish those discussions around the IRP, finish discussions around our current rate case before the commission. Doing that extension now will create time and space to handle those issues. So then we can come on the backside of that with the information we need and the alignment that we need coming out of the IRP to begin developing that next longer term MIA cycle. So before I move on to that food for thought related to policy items, are there any for thought related to policy items about what we have on the calendar, either from an EMV perspective or a MIA filing perspective? The tricky part is you never know if anybody's having those technical difficulties like I did. They're shouting their questions into the void, but I don't see anything on chat, so I'm going to move on to the next slide.
Hey, Craig, real quick. Are you anticipating that the same question I had for Samarth, are you anticipating the urban heat island will be done remotely or in person?
Yeah, Jeff, at this time we were planning on doing a remote workshop.
Okay.
And we'll keep an eye on, if or how we should change that for August.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's amazing. Week by week, you send out the invites for the workshop, a week ago, and a week later, it's like, you're already thinking more and more about in-person stuff. So I appreciate you bringing that up for us. Okay. So I'll just talk for 5 minutes with some thoughts that are on my mind as Craig, as an individual, the types of discussions I'm interested in having with you all, either through the MEAC process, or outside of that over the next year. So a big one on my mind as it relates to EM&V is how we as a community can move towards a more prospective evaluation, I'll say, on key topics. And I think this is really important for a couple of reasons. The first being that it creates an opportunity for us to review multiple inputs at the same time that really affect our programs, right? And that's going to be, the things that we spend so much time talking about, realization rates, net to gross rates, baseline definitions, and avoided costs, costs. There's a situation where when we do a retrospective evaluation, we end up looking at each of those pieces in a silo, all right? And by the time we come back and put them all together, it's like, does this still make sense? By doing something more prospective, we have a chance to look at all of the pieces together, understand how they're all influencing each other, and make sure all of the assumptions kind of hold together conceptually across the board. I think this is particularly important for certain topics to make sure that we avoid kind of large deviations between, planned assumptions when we're making a MIA filing, and then assumptions that are made during evaluation on the back end. I'll say particularly when what's changing are the underlying, the methodology, the definition, or even the macroeconomic conditions, right? And so the change in the evaluated result isn't driven by a change in program delivery. And so it's that deviation that can make it really difficult to then plan and implement a program and then get graded on the back end using different assumptions. So trying to tackle a couple of these key topics prospectively helps resolve that. An example that I think is really wonky, but also really important for the discussion we're going to have for the rest of the day, is to think about how we define the early replacement of equipment, and particularly early replacement of HVAC equipment. So I know in the industry, there are different ways to define and think about early replacement. You could have a technical definition of early replacement. Just is the system operating, yes or no? Right? If it's not operating, it's a failure. If it's failed, then the baseline is, current standard, a SEER 13 unit. Otherwise, it'd be an early replacement, and the baseline might be the existing customer's equipment, right? And so it's a much bigger delta when we go to calculate first-year energy savings. There's also a move to define early replacement in terms of economics instead of engineering aspects, where that economic is really more what's in the mind of the customer, what's their intent when they call a contractor and make a decision. Are they calling with the intent to replace their system, whether it's failed or not? You know, an analogy might be that when I call my mechanic and I say, hey, my brakes are starting to wear out. I'm not saying wait until there's nothing on it to replace it. I'm saying, hey, go ahead and replace it now. It's an economic decision for me. It's a cost benefit decision for me. So you can see how these are two very different definitions of the same term. And so why it matters, right, is defining the relevant baseline for evaluated energy savings, which then in turn is going to define how we think about the cost effectiveness of our programs. I wanted to key this up because it's an important concept to hold on to as we spend time talking about the rollout of new programs and new initiatives, right? And if we're not aligned on this definition before we try to start rolling out pilots, we could get unintended consequences on the back end, right, if we haven't thought these through up front. So I'll stop there. You know, Brad, I promised to set the stage with a couple teasers. I hope those work. We've got a couple minutes for dialogue, or, you know, Brad, I'll defer to you. We also have a couple minutes for a break before we launch into a great host of speakers. So a lot of thank you to you and Jeff and everybody else that pulled this together for us.
Thanks, Craig. No, that was good information. Good discussion topics there at the end to give people something to think about. I don't see anything in the chat, but does anybody have any questions for Craig while we got him?
Yeah, Craig, this is Jeff. I mean, it's one of the critical issues, the early replacement hurdle. So I acknowledge that. I think at the conclusion of this presentation of this whole collaborative, what I'd like to do is set up some next steps discussions. And that's one of the issues that I've got written up here. But I think it's imperative that at a minimum that the utilities come together with the regulators here and touch base on this summer and try to see if there's common understanding, common agreement. But the EM&V process, what we define as early replacement, is one key critical issue. The other ones are I think, stuff that we've discussed at length, which is sort of an EM&V overkill. Right now, I think Missouri's got, you know, the most robust EM&V process probably than anywhere else in the nation. You know, each utility utilizes an EM&V contractor or multiple EM&V contractors. We've got an auditor. We do reports every year. That's a lot of information. And, you know, I'd offer this up as sort of a talking point or a consideration for Liberty and for Evergy. You know, I'd point to the Ameren stipulation that was filed. The last for the 2022. I mean, that stipulation is operating under a different framework, where we've really are trying to push deep savings, and we've moved away from sort of the time and labor intensive EM&V process to more of a targeted approach. So you know, speaking for OPC, that's something that we would like to continue and continue, you know, exploring.
Thanks, Jeff. Any other follow-ups to that?
Hey, Brad, it's Brian from Evergy. The thought I had related there is, I'm not sure the EM&V working group is still going, and if I didn't know, Jeff, you were kind of alluding to that is a suggestion you're making, as there's topics we need to discuss as part of that working group as a function of this to drive, or were you considering, hey, individual utilities start thinking about ways to adjust your approach in filings or, you know, discussions with stakeholders individually?
I mean, I guess we could call it whatever we want to call it. I think there's there's one acute issue I think we need to address, and then there's just a broader issue. The acute issue really comes down to early replacements and how we make sense with pays moving forward. That's it in my opinion. If pays is going to move beyond where it's at and really scale up. And what I'm hoping, this conversation today is really going to be touching on. There's a lot of smaller points that need to be ironed out. Early replacement's one of them. So that's the real surgical precision EM&V issue that we need to discuss. There's a second issue that's more of an auditing issue, and that's cost allocation between gas and electric companies. There's probably a billing component with that we need to discuss. And that's regulatory sausage making. I mean, we should be pretty well versed in doing that, but that's probably going to require actors, from staff and from the utilities that aren't normally part of these conversations. But that's another hurdle. The third one is just how we look at EM&V moving forward. And really all I'm saying is I'm receptive to ideas. If utilities feel, I'm telling you straight up, I feel like we spend a lot of money on EM&V that all things being equal, I'd rather be directed towards energy efficiency measures. And I think EM&V is essential. It's required by statute, but I think we can probably tone it down to a certain extent too. That's it. So that latter issue, that's more open-ended.
Sure. Thanks, Jeff. And again, we're open to the continued dialogue there too, because we feel the same issues come up, in our planning and in our retrospective EM&V. But I wouldn't discount Craig's first point about getting ahead of EM&V by thinking about it prospectively, right, as an opportunity to streamline the process and potentially reduce costs in the long run, maybe even the short run. So we're open to more of that discussion for sure. We see the same challenges and opportunities, I guess, with this process. But I do think perspective is one that could be discussed more in detail as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. At the risk of just pushing too far, I'm gonna build on what you said and give us one more thing to think about this morning and afternoon. I liked how you talked about early replacement or replace on fail is, a very important surgical issue that has to be resolved when we talk about pay as you save. And I challenge us all because we have such a big group and we're all coming from different backgrounds, different perspectives showing up today. We're going to talk about cost effectiveness a lot probably today in different ways and under different terms. And we always need to have in the front of our mind cost effective to, I never know if it's who or whom, right? but cost effective to who. And there's one definition when we talk about cost effective from the participant, when we're talking about, what they're saving on their bill relative to their existing equipment. That fits into an early replacement type definition. Under MIA, we are also talking about cost effective to the system under the total resource cost test, which is a different perspective, same term, but different perspective, cost effective. And that's where deciding what the right baseline is to measure that early replacement or that replace on fail can really change the math, can really change the meaning of what we're talking about program rollout. So that's why we're keying it up. Jeff, I appreciate making that point for us. And then just a call to action for all of us to be clear when we're talking about cost effective, really from where we're coming from with that throughout the day.
Craig, Nate, Brian, here's what I would challenge you guys with. It's all interdependent, right? So, if we move one lever, it's going to impact another. So if we're serious about, looking at early replacement and how we score it, from my perspective, the lever that you're pushing then is the targets. And, they're interdependent. So, people are absolutely going to agree to disagree over market potential studies and what you're capable of doing. I get that. But if we are going to be actively engaging with what I believe is a larger customer base I think most customers do replace their HVACs upon replacement, upon failure, right? And that's that critical point. And if we're going to go ahead and score utilities accordingly, or if we're going to adjust that, then that needs to be reflected in the targets. That's just heads up. It's full disclosure.
I agree wholeheartedly, Jeff. And I think it'll be good to come back later this summer and talk about what that means to adjust the targets for those types of changes. So appreciate it. That, Brad, I think I'll turn it back over to you. So looking forward to the rest of the day. Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. That was great discussion, great back and forth, great feedback. We're pretty much right on time, just a few minutes early. We'll just go ahead and jump right into the next session. We've got Sherry Holland speaking to Spire's Energy Wise program. Give a short introduction and then give her the floor. Sherry serves as an energy efficiency representative for Spire's Western Division, which encompasses the former MGE footprint. In that role, she maintains important relationships with Spire's natural gas contractor network as well as home builders. Sherry is the team lead for the Energy Wise insulation finance programs. And during her 9 years with Spire, she's worked on its community service and energy efficiency teams. She also serves as chairperson of Heartland Utilities for energy efficiency and on the board of directors of Rotary Club 13, Kansas City. So, Sherry, with all that being said, if you're on, I'll give you the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Welcome this opportunity to share Spire's existing finance program. Shaylin Dean, my manager, is also on the call today and will be joining me in answering any questions that you have. Please feel free to ask throughout or at the end. Can everyone see what I'm sharing? Okay, thank you so much. All right, next slide, please. So as I believe most of you know, Spire has had for some time on-bill financing for both equipment, which we call Energy Wise, and then insulation and air sealing. So our qualifying customers that install high efficiency natural gas equipment and in certain situations, air conditioners, and then also energy saving measures, insulation and air sealing, they are eligible for Spire financing. Next slide, please. Currently, the program is primarily marketed through Spire's natural gas contractor network. We currently have about 352 members, pretty evenly split between both sides of the state. As you can see, 15% of the contractors currently actively participate in the program. Clearly, this is an area of needed growth, and we are working to integrate more of our contractors into the program. I will say that this program has a lot of appeal to the smaller contractors, like the one-man shops. They struggle with the dealer fees associated with other forms of financing that are available, and so they welcome the opportunity to use our program. Having said that, they really lack the time to learn more about the program, educate their customers, and so what we have found is that as we recruit them into the program, they really require just a lot of individual attention to get them going. Once they're up and running, they sustain pretty well, but they're not going to find out about the program unless we individually target them. And that's how we are currently doing that as we really work to get some growth there. Going on, the major attractions to the contractors, as I mentioned, are no dealer fees. That is huge to them, as we know that either have to absorb them or they pass them on to our customers, and that just increases the cost and further limits the availability of the program to the customers. Again, mention that the contractors really need, especially the smaller ones, a very individual relationship. The customers like the program. They love the on-bill financing piece. In part, they just like it all in one bill, not two bills. They also like seeing after they have installed the high efficiency equipment and or the energy saving measures, their utility bill is going down. So they see that offset when they look at that bill each month. Yes, I'm paying now a loan charge, but it is in part offset by my installing the new equipment or energy saving measures. They like our interest rates, which we believe to be competitive. The current interest rate for insulation and air sealing and related energy saving measures, that is at 3%. It has been at 3% for many, many years. And then the current rate for the equipment, the energy wise, is 4.25%. That is established on the first day of each calendar year, and it is based on the prime rate at that time, and we add 1 point. Once it's established, it stays fixed for the life of the loan, which is a maximum of 7 years. It is not an adjustable rate once established. Customers also like the no down payment required and no prepayment penalty. I'm just going to mention right there on that no down payment. Certainly all of the Spire rebates qualify on the finance situation. So our normal high efficiency natural gas equipment rebates, the customer is eligible for those, as well as the insulation and air sealing rebates that we offer in our co-delivery program with Evergy. So what typically happens, and this is just, I love this piece of it, is that the contractors take a reassignment of those rebates, both the energy saving measures ones through the co-delivery program and the equipment ones through our program, and they take those off the total amount due, thereby allowing the customer to not finance the rebate amount. And that's a great selling point, and customers really appreciate that extra effort by the contractors. Just any questions so far on any of that before we move on to the next slide?
Sherry, do you have a sense of how many contractors are in your network in total that Spire works with? I mean, I know there's 352 that utilize this option, but you had said that you were going to try to get all of them. Do you have an idea of what all of them is?
You mean other than 352?
Right.
And I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll jump in, Sherry. Jeff, so the 352 that's everyone that signed up in our network, and roughly 53 of those right now do our Spire financing.
Got it.
But I mean, we know that there are much more than 352 contractors statewide. So historically, legacy MGE and lead, I think at one point we might have had about 415. Point was probably our highest, and we're trying to build back to that. But when we integrated a few years back, we had to reestablish a lot of those relationships. So Sherry and my teams have been out doing a lot of that, and we're back up to that 352 and climbing.
Got it. Thank you.
And thank you, Shaylin. And that raises another way that this program actually helps us bring more contractors into the network, and therefore into offering this financing piece, which clearly is a necessary path if we're going to expose our customers to this opportunity. And that is, we will receive our web inquiries where a customer is saying, I want to work with ABC, but they're not on your contractor site. And that gives us, clearly we reach out immediately, and if they meet our criteria for enrolling in the contractor network, they are enrolled and then allowed to offer that financing. So we do get customer inquiries, and that's another way that we build the network. And by building the network, of course, to your point, we build the exposure of our customers to the financing program. So thank you, Jeff.
Sherry, I got a bunch of questions, and I don't want to monopolize the time here, but I'm just going to throw them out at you, right?
Absolutely. Thank you.
who's driving the promotion? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I know Spire. Well, let's speak on the Spire side first. I mean, are you guys advertising it? Is it on your website, or is it the contractors themselves that are really the 53 contractors really the ones that are promoting it?
So it's both. Contractors definitely promote it as they interact with their customers. They mention it on their websites, their Facebook pages, but it is also on the Spire website. And we are actually really enhancing that, adding a lot more information.
And Jeff, just so you know, I moved to the next slide. So here at, the spireenergy.com/financing will take you to these steps. I know Sherry is going to get into this as well, but that's where we're advertising. And then a lot of times when customers reach out, to Sherry's point about a rebate or other questions, we have a group that is working those web forms daily. So we get a lot of referrals through that process as well.
Got it. Is there a training session that you actually put the contractors through?
Yes, there is. And then we continue to support them as they continue to use the program.
And are you able to show, I'm assuming you're able to show some financial metrics or benefits for the contractors in supporting that, or is that just sort of go without saying?
Well, we certainly show them our approval rate, the growth of the program, no dealer fees to them. I think that they are pleased with it.
Got it. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you. So as Shaylin mentioned, the process right now is through the contractors. Now, having said so, we do not have a site on our website where a customer understands we have this opportunity. They go in, they apply, they get pre-approved, and then they take that pre-approval in hand and start shopping contractors through our Find a Contractor tool. It doesn't work that way. They are only approved through the contractor process. And the primary reason for that is because the approval is so tied to the equipment or the energy saving measures that we can't approve until we know what those are. And so because it has to meet our criteria, the high efficiency on the natural gas equipment, if an electric air conditioner is installed at the same time as a high efficiency natural gas boiler or furnace, we will that as well, provided it is a minimum 14 SEER. So that has to be met on the energy saving measures, the 3% financing program. The main criteria there is you have to start below an R38 value for your attic insulation, and you have to go above an R38. So we can't just do a carte blanche approval through our website. It's so tied to the specific measures. That's why we handle it this way through the contractors. Next slide, please. Wanted to show just some program growth year to date. This is through April. One reason is through April and not May. I recognize this is June 15th. But when we approve a loan applicant, they have a 60-day window of approval in which the work is allowed to be done. And I love that. I love that 2-month window, but it does delay a bit the reconciling of the reporting. It can't be done just immediately because we're still finishing out potential installations through that 60-day period. But I wanted to show the growth, really just January, February, March, and April, and then year-to-date growth. A couple of other things that I want to point out. Look at that approval rate. So we've been hovering for several years in the mid to upper 70s on approval rate. And we certainly watch that as we keep in mind, one, how well are contractors vetting the customer when they share the program? And I would say they're doing a good job with that. And so I think that saves everyone a lot of time and other resources. So I appreciate that they are doing that. The other thing we watch is that average denied credit score. They're in the final row. Clearly want to see with our current criteria of a minimum 650 from one of the homeowners, want to see if that, what's our denial? Where are we at? And we're consistently seeing upper fives, occasionally creeping over the 600 mark. So we watch that. Another thing that I like to watch on this is the increase in average principal. Now, certainly we know that some of that is simply market driven, especially with the climate we've been in the last year and a half. But I also believe that with the rebates, the Spire rebates, the co-delivery rebates for the energy saving measures, and then the financing at such attractive rates that this is pushing the customer to go to that higher efficiency. So clearly we're not going to rebate an 80%. We've already pushed them to a 92. That's the minimum, right? On a furnace, minimum 14 SEER. But I really feel like the rebates and the attractive financing terms are pushing them to a 96-16, more of that. And that's why you're seeing, in part, why you're seeing that average principal increase. You can see up there, applications have increased 11% over last year, and total principal 30%, same time last year against this year. Next slide, please. This again, just really a bar graph showing that growth, and clearly it's significant. In part, just really streamlined the program. And when we get to the next slide, I'll speak to a little bit about why EnergyWise equipment really took a jump. But we're on track to continue to increase throughout this fiscal.
And Sherry, let me add one
Yes.
thing on the slide before we leave. So in 2018, for most of the regulators on here, knowing when we came out of our last rate case, that's when we really streamlined these efforts. And I made sure that Sherry was our lead to move some of this forward. And you'll see that steady growth because we did start giving it a lot more attention. Legacy Laclede had had the program for quite some time, but I think this just shows our renewed approach and Sherry's efforts, our team's efforts on really working with our contractors to bring them back and really push this program for our customers to help them forward. So that's why you're seeing that jump from here to here quite a bit. So I just want to point that out as well.
Absolutely, yes. Definitely, we refocused on the program and the results are quite apparent. This next slide, I just wanted to show, I thought it would be interesting for you to see insulation program growth versus EnergyWise program growth. I mean, the growth is significant in both, but the insulation program, that had been quite popular on the east side of the state where it originated. We introduced it on the west side and really got some growth there. But that 3% had been in place for a long time, and we had some really committed contractors to that program. So the growth was good. See 18 to 19, once we ramped this up, we had 79%, 19 to 20, 57%. But I want to speak, going back to what Shaylin said, the EnergyWise program is what we really streamlined, got rid of the tiered system, made it more efficient, simpler for the contractors to use, and they responded to that quite a bit. We don't do a tiered approval. If you apply and you are qualified, then you are approved for the full amount available. So in the case of an insulation loan, that is $5,000, and you may have up to 4 of those. In the case of an EnergyWise loan, that is up to $15,000, and you may have 4 of those. So if you have 2 systems in your home, you could finance theoretically up to $30,000. Now, as I said, cap on 4 for all of those. But so I think that that growth is and the EnergyWise is largely related to this simplifying, no more tiers. And then, so as you can see, big jump once we refocused on the program from 18 to 19, 216% growth, and then 94%. So it's just continuing to sustain. A lot of that is, as I said, that the installation contractors were already pretty dialed into this for sure in Eastern Missouri, but the HVAC contractors, our plumbers, they've just needed more of an intro, more of some support, and we're bringing them in, and you can see the results of that and the opportunities it provides for our customers. That's all we have for slides, but again, we welcome any questions. We'll be happy to take those now.
Sherry, it sounds like the big difference between how the program was operating before and now is you use the phrase streamlining it, and that's eliminating that tiered approach. Is that correct?
That is one reason. Primarily, that'd be the energy wise, because the inflation has stayed at 3%. Yes, but I think that is attributable to some of the growth, but I think that we really have to also look at just the focus that our team has made on this program, recognizing the value of it, and then just educating and supporting our contractors in presenting it to their customers. I think that's significant.
Yeah, and Jeff, that approach was really difficult if you remember kind of what that looked like and the different rates, and there was a lot going on there. But I think we've also done some better on the back end. There's some new tools that we're working with in Salesforce and different things that I think will help us continue streamlining our process here. And then, as most of the group or some of the groups probably aware of, now we're balancing this program at this time. We were approved for a PAYS program here recently, so we're really digging into that with our RFP out and figuring out how we could potentially co-deliver that with some of our electric partners. So Spire's kind of all in from a financing standpoint to try to, help our customers with a few different options.
And thank you, Shayla. I absolutely agree. A couple of things I just want to mention. What we all know, when we consider target customer, we certainly want the contractors to present this program to any of our customers that believe they would meet the 650 Equifax score criteria. And what we all know is that low income does not mean necessarily low credit score. So I have contractors, customers say, oh, I'm only on my Social Security, I'm retired. This is all I make. That I say apply. That is, we're looking at that credit score, and you can be low income and have a great credit score. And so I really feel like we're really touching that low income customer with this program as well because of that. Another thing I was going to mention, contractors that are used to using other financing companies and that have the high dealer fees, the third-party admins, they're used to, as you guys know, they are used to an in-the-home quick response. I mean, we're talking a minute response, right? And so our whole team really works to educate our contractors and customers that we're a little slower, and it will be a same-day response. And I think that's awesome. Although with this new tool through Salesforce that Shaylin mentioned, we're going to speed that up a little bit more. And I think that's going to be we've already implemented it. And I think that our contractor is going to like that faster turnaround because we've streamlined that credit process, which I think is great. And then I also wanted to mention rentals. So tenants benefit from this program in terms of a more comfortable home, and then of course lower energy bills because of the energy saving measures and the high efficiency equipment installation. And of course the applicant is not the tenant, the applicant is always the homeowner. And then the on-bill financing piece is certainly on the landlord's account, not on the tenant's account. And if the landlord is not a Spire customer, live out of state, or for any other reason, we go ahead and set them up as a Spire customer for the sole purpose of the on-bill financing. That's pretty much what we wanted to cover. But again, any questions, we're happy to entertain.
Sherry, two quick questions. Do you guys offer this program in Alabama and Mississippi? And what would you say the biggest obstacle to date has been for the program?
Shaylin, would you like to respond on the Alabama, Mississippi, please?
Yeah, I was trying to get off of mute there. It was kind of double tapping for a minute. But as far as Alabama, we do have a finance program, Jeff. It is slightly different than what we do in Mississippi, but we do have a finance program. In Mississippi, I do not believe we currently have that finance program rolled out. We've just now developed energy efficiency programs in Mississippi that are regulatory constructs down there, but we do have finance programs in Alabama.
Thank you, Shaylin. Biggest barriers, I would say, the pace of the approval process being that same day as opposed to the 30 seconds in the home. This is not so much a deterrent for my smaller contractors, but it is for the bigger ones that use some of those, as we all know, big lenders out there. They feel it moves too slow. They feel it's too manual of a process, and those are their primary barriers when I try to recruit them to the program. So our efforts with the Salesforce and some other things we're working on, I'm hoping to overcome that obstacle with my bigger contractors. And of course, I just don't think we can do enough of the marketing and education of the program to both customers and contractors.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. If no other questions, I'll stop sharing here. Actually, I guess Shaylin.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. It was great information. We didn't have a break scheduled for this morning, and we are a little bit ahead of schedule. I think at this point, I would suggest maybe we take a quick break, regroup around 10:30. Does that work for everybody?
Sounds like a plan.
All right. We'll get back on at 10:30 then. All right, I'm showing 10:30, so let's get back at it. Great discussion so far. We'll go right into Kyle Bornstein with Watt Time. Again, another short introduction, and I'll turn the floor over to him. So Kyle provides consulting and solution support to sustainability and energy teams at Fortune 500 companies to help them double the efficacy of their renewable energy procurement and rapidly cut the carbon footprints of their EVs, energy storage, and buildings through automated emissions reduction. He's a graduate of UC Berkeley's Environmental Economics and Policy program. So again, with all that being said, Kyle, you have the floor.
Excellent. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. For some reason, my headset wasn't working, so let me know if I need to add it. But for now, I'll just speak to the computer. Technology is fun, right? Hold on a minute. Okay. Can you all see this? Great.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm Kyle Bornstein. I'm business development manager here at Watt Time. Been here about 6 years now, really since our inception. Really looking forward to speaking to you all today, sort of about Watt Time and sort of our unique approach to data-driven solutions and software solutions that can drive impact. We're going to start a little bit about a background, sort of talk about the mission, where we came from, talk about marginal emissions data, how that differs from average emissions data and some of the use cases, and according to literature, why using that data is really, really key for understanding the environmental value of a strategic energy decision, and then taking actions to actually help drive environmental impact. I'm going to talk about some of the solutions that we've enabled from this data that are really key to driving impact, and then some case studies across a variety of segments and some of the partners we have, and then open it up for a Q&A. So who is Watt Time? We are a climate technology nonprofit founded at UC Berkeley in 2015, really, really dedicated to giving people the power to choose clean energy in time and place, and creating solutions from data and software that are really, really focused solely as a nonprofit organization on driving impact, right? So I get out of bed, we all get out of bed in the morning to figure out what is the way, how do I maximize my bandwidth to drive as much impact as possible from the solutions. We are founded and built by a variety of volunteers ranging from large tech organizations to some of the very best institutions, as well as other nonprofit organizations in the world. And we actually joined forces with RMI in 2017. So what is marginal emissions data, right? We're all familiar, I'm sure, with locational marginal price, wholesale price. This is sort of saying what is a carbon value, sort of in the same language as LMP. We call it marginal emissions. So the actual grid that responds, the power grid that ramps up these power plants in response to a change in load, a change in demand, we call that the marginal generating resource. So if you see this graph here, this stack, if I were to increase my energy use at this specific time in this specific grid, I think this is ISO-NE is the representative grid here, you would actually result in a natural gas-fired unit ramping up to supply that electricity, and I would be causing 950 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour. Said differently, the marginal emissions rate at this specific time in this specific location is 950 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour. But what Watt Time actually figured out is in this econometric research coming out of the credibility revolution in UC Berkeley, coming out of Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, MIT, was the actual cleanliness or the carbon footprint of using electricity can change every 5 minutes. So if I were to run my AC, I hear the compressor in my fridge firing, at this specific time of day, I would actually be getting my electricity from a little bit more of a polluted plant, an oil-fired unit, that would be causing 1,450 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour. The research that we really stumbled upon here was everyone's talking about in Statistics 101, if some of you might remember, correlation is not causation. Yes, this is true when you're looking at assumption-driven models to correlate data. So if X happens this time in this location, well then Y with a high degree of accuracy will occur this many times. We actually, in the credibility revolution, we actually said, well, if we can build models in an unbiased manner, sample the data that we're trying to make inferences from to get a given Y outcome, if we sample that in such a way that doesn't introduce any bias, we can actually have causal inference among variables to get a given Y outcome. In this case, what we're saying is, historically, we're looking at historical EPA continuous emissions monitoring data, and we're actually saying, historically, if I were to increase my energy use, and these were the emissions, what was the weather? What was the price? What was the congestion coefficient of LMP? What was the GHG coefficient of LMP? What's the transmission constraints? What about curtailment? And some other sorts of information and data that we get. And then we say, if I pull that information forward and I were to increase my energy use, what is the corresponding change in emissions that I'm causing based on this machine learning Rubin causal model? So I'm happy to answer more questions about that, but wanted to give you sort of a flavor of some of the rigor that went into actually understanding these marginal emissions. So we built an API, or an application programming interface, just a fancy word for a system that is able to communicate with the cloud and other sort of clouds, right? So we can send our signals that broadcast what times are clean to other devices, other software systems. So you see in this graph on the ISO&E marginal emissions on January 5th, 2017, probably should update this at some point, but this is really representative here. So a dirty time on the grid, right? So shifting electricity towards this time would actually increase emissions, and shifting electricity towards these lower regions in the about 400, 300, 650 would actually decrease emissions if you used energy at that time. So what does this do? What does this data do for watt time in terms of our products and our solutions that we enable from this data to really help companies, utilities, regulators, and even at this point, countries and environmental organizations and government organizations drive impact? So university research, some of it at UC Berkeley, Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, as I was saying, developed the very first techniques to empirically detect causal emissions on a specific power grid. So what we're detecting, right, is as I was saying before, for a given change in load in a specific time of day in a specific grid region, what is the corresponding change in emissions that I'm causing as a result of causing that change in load? So this is different from average emissions, which is saying the total emissions divided by the total load will give you a number, right? The average. And that number is commonly used for carbon accounting. It's incorrectly, I should say, inaccurately used to understand the environmental impact of an operational decision. So if I use energy at this time versus that time, and it's even starting to be used, which I'll talk more about, in instances where you're optimizing for, you have a smart device like a battery. If you optimize for average emissions, in most cases, you're going to overestimate the environmental impact. In some other grids, you're underestimating the environmental impact of that. So optimizing for actually the timing of the device energy use for marginal emissions can dramatically improve emissions reduction potential. So we're driving impact across a variety of scenarios with this marginal emissions data. Our very first product, Automated Emissions Reduction, or AER, we estimate, I think this number is actually a little bit higher now, as about, I think, 32 billion devices worldwide can use the same software to reduce, the number obviously should go up. Let's say it's about 400 million tons of CO2 through AER. AER is the actual act of a smart device or a smart distributed energy resource that has intelligence, can connect to the internet, can receive a signal, speak to the cloud, taking in watt time signal, which is available in real time. We also have a forecast, as many of these larger smart devices are planning, or even smaller thermostats, energy storage EVs are planning sometimes up to 36 hours in advance. And we also have historical marginal emissions data, 5-minute to baseline train models and do carbon accounting. So that's AER, right? So shifting energy use based on emissions all else equal, right? We don't want to violate any of the other value streams that a utility customer would get from a DR program, time of use rate. We work within the constraints we're given, and based on the preferences and the choice that the consumer has, we can sort of adjust how aggressive we are about those carbon savings based on what the client's goals are, right? Those preferences. Another product is really key for building design. We have architects right now piloting and implementing our data to understand the carbon implications, the carbon emissions of a specific design strategy prior to actually it being implemented. So what we've done is we've normalized this historical carbon emissions data about 2 to 3 years for typical meteorological years, which is the language that energy modelers and architects are working with. And now prior to building a building, you can say, if I do a gas-based water heater versus a heat pump, what are the carbon implications of this? If I put my solar on the west versus the east, what are the implications of this? What about glass, more energy efficient glass? What are the actual carbon implications of that prior to building it? And then the third product we enable is really one of the highest driving impact levers that we have today, and this is called emissionality. So it's the actual act of using the same, again, this is all coming from the same marginal emissions data, but incorporating this marginal emissions data into the decision matrix for renewable energy project siting. So we work with a lot of big procurers of renewables, big fortune companies, some cities, some governments, and we help them say, when you're down to your last 10 projects, 20 projects, you've got risk, you've got price, you've got your things locked in. What is the difference in avoided emissions based on the generation profiles, this projected generation profiles of these assets? So I'll talk a little bit more about what we did with Salesforce later in the case studies, but just wanted to give you a flavor of some of the products we enable. So one of our very first partners, NLX, we work with them both on the energy storage side as well as the electric vehicle charging side. What we did here is you can actually see on the left, without emissions co-optimization, when you're really just optimizing for demand charges, as we've figured out that energy storage in many cases is a risk play, right? You don't want to pay those demand charges, so we need to smooth out those peaks, right? And so this is without co-optimization on the left side. You can actually see the emissions that you're actually increasing. And then on the right side, with a simple co-optimization, right, you're still able to actually capture, in most cases, about 99%. I think in our latest calculation was 99.9% of the economic value, and then reduce the emissions, eliminate the emissions from the battery as a result. So that was voluntary. But one of our biggest wins at WattTime for the environment and for our mission was in California, the self-generation incentive program was actually set up to incentivize and help finance behind the meter storage for commercial buildings and some residential, depending on the size. And so what they actually found is that these batteries, as I was saying before, were really only doing demand charge arbitrage, right? They were purely there for finance. And so as a result of them improperly charging during dirty times, discharging for demand charge, to reduce those demand charges, avoid those demand charges, these batteries were actually net emissions positive at the end of the year. So they were increasing emissions, not reducing emissions. So we worked with the entire SGIP working group, and we put out we now are providing a little bit different of a model, but that's honestly not so relevant. I'm happy to dive into that more. Slightly different of a model. It's a heat rate model, and what we're doing is we're providing a real-time, historical, and a forecast. So these batteries can seasonally still capture those demand charges, but also reduce emissions. So now the batteries are charging at moments when the marginal emissions rate is low, or when curtailment is happening, or when it's slightly more efficient natural gas, and discharging at moments when the energy is quite dirty, in addition to the demand charges. Another case study, one of our very first partners for emissionality, BU, they actually decided to site their wind project based on the avoided emissions, all else equal for their PPA. I'm forgetting the exact location, but I believe as opposed to Boston, it was in South Dakota. Don't hold me to that, please. But it was in a power grid that's far dirtier on the margin. And so they were able to reduce, I think it's about 200% more emissions per dollar that they spent on that renewable energy project. Really, really getting a great bang for your buck and drastically helping out the environment. And then as I said before, we've normalized the historical emissions data for architects and designers. And you know, all you have to do is indicate your building location, which simulation year of your energy model you're running, and we will return the appropriate data for energy models, energy modelers to use. Some of the partners we work with, wide variety. So stakeholder groups like REBA, big tech companies like Microsoft and Salesforce, and then smaller mid-market, or I'd say more mid-market, still good size, like Sapient Sea Power on LX is pretty massive. And then foundations like Draper Richards Kaplan, Great Lakes Protection, as well as consulting firms and DR firms like Sea Power and DNV. Really just a variety of use cases there, but most of these would be at the large tech company level. Microsoft, Salesforce is on the emissionality side, as well as REBA, and then Sea Power, DNV, Sapient, and LX is really the AER, automated emissions reduction component. So I'll stop there. I will stop sharing my screen. Are there any questions? Happy to talk through that.
Kyle, this is Jeff. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I got a few questions for you.
Sure.
Could you speak to some of the utilities that WattTime has worked with, at least at a cursory stage right now? I mean, I know we've got a lot of corporate, partners, but on the utility side, what about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, I kind of glanced over that a bit, but yeah, definitely apropos for the conversation today. So we're working with a variety of utilities. I'd say our most farthest along utility would be Commonwealth Edison, ComEd in Chicago. They were piloting our data for a couple of years, trying to figure out what the use case was. And now what they're doing is we've helped them launch a, are you familiar, Jeff, or is the audience familiar with If This, Then That? Okay, so it's basically a way for people that don't speak software language like myself to, let's say you have a Gmail that you want to say, anytime I get an email from, if I see an email from my boss schedule an appointment on my Google Calendar, you can basically create recipes to do this. So what we've done is using our Carbon API, our index value. So it's a percentile 0 to 100. 0 being dirtiest, 0 being cleanest, 100 being dirtiest is the way we've done it. They are now offering to their demand response customers the ability to actually do AER, a little bit of a rudimentary version of AER, but there's now live a Carbon applet that speaks with Ecobee thermostats, Honeywell thermostats that are enrolled in the program. It's opt-in. But so far we're seeing a lot of uptake, and the reason is because in some of the surveys they did for their customers, many of them said, hey, I really do. Maybe I don't care necessarily as much about carbon emissions. Some did, right? But I don't want renewable energy to be thrown away. And that we find at WattTime is a key theme across the entire state's purple, red, blue. Is sort of that loss aversion, right? People don't want something to be thrown away if it's clean energy, and it's, quite frankly, as we know, zero marginal cost to generate. It's just a matter of transmission and shifting load appropriately to capture that energy that otherwise would have gotten wasted. And then some other ones, Jeff, would be we're working with OGE. I can't say a couple of these other utilities that we're working with. Think big European utilities, right? The Enels of the world and their counterparts, without saying the names, and also a lot of the Midwestern and utilities that are sort of in the PJM region. Surprisingly to us, a lot of the dirtiest utilities are now working with WattTime to launch sustainability as a service platforms, help their customers A, understand the carbon footprint of the energy they're getting from the utility today. B, weight any sort of strategic energy decision that they can help for their customer to reduce that. So maybe it's a energy efficiency retrofit, maybe it's renewable energy, maybe it's battery storage, maybe it's EVs, thermostats. Understanding the exact emissions reduction potential of these decisions helps the utility immensely from an IRP and from a sustainability perspective for their carbon goals, but also furthermore, customer retention and really basically a new value stream for these utilities, all aimed at reducing carbon. And so that exact model, Jeff, we're doing with, I would say, about 6 or 7 utilities today. Again, I can't name them, but it's really exciting for WattTime to see sort of a bit of a paradigm shift from, oh, we only want to offer these demand response or energy efficiency solutions, behavioral DR, behavioral EE, to, hey, you know what? Maybe a rational thinking customer doesn't actually care that much about $60 a year, but we have a lot of research and a lot of pilots and studies that we've shown their willingness to accept or their willingness to forego $60 to get choice in save renewable energy and emissions. That's powerful. Then you start getting into customer acquisition costs being shaved by 60 times 5, let's say $300 over the life of that program. But now you're talking about, let's call it, depending on the grid, depending on the amount of renewable energy, 5% emissions reduction, depending on the, for the, let's say for a thermostat, 5 to 10% for that one customer times, however many, 20,000, depending on the size of the utility. That's serious impact. And now the utilities save money. They help their carbon goals. The customer feels empowered and good, and the environment is also doing better as a result. Does that help, Jeff?
It does. I got some follow-up questions, but it looks like we've got a question from Tim here.
Sure.
Since I'm on, I'll just go ahead and ask it for you. Is the WattTime technology powering Enel X's JuiceNet Green Home EVSE platform?
Yeah, great question, Tim. That's exactly right. So we provide our real-time marginal emissions data, a forecast marginal emissions data in our historical. And what they're doing is they're saying, I'm Kyle. I drive an EV. Get home at let's say 6, 7 p.m. I plug my car in. I go to bed at 10. Plug my car in 9:30. I want that car to be fully charged in the morning. Range anxiety is a massive barrier to EVs really taking over ICEs. So that car will be charged. Maybe I'm on a time of use rate in Arizona or California, depending on my utility. And I don't want to pay any more money for that energy than I would have. I want to save as much as possible. And now the algorithm, the control logic, the optimization engine, if you will, that is communicating with their hardware, their software, takes our signal in and says, okay, we know that we need to get this far. We need to have 80% or 90% charge for to maintain the life of the battery in the morning to make sure the customer is happy. Let's shift electricity use as much as we can, as much as possible without violating any constraints to squeeze out as much emissions as possible. Now we're seeing in places like California about 18 to 19% emissions reduction. Places with curtailment, ERCOT, SPP, and CAISO, we're seeing up to, let's say between 15 and 20% emissions reductions per year, per device, for EV charging. And it's crazy. In some days, we're actually seeing up to a 90% emissions reduction. Again, on an individual day, not on the average, not an aggregate, up to a 90% emissions reduction by using WattTime. Zero change in charge, zero impact to cost or utility bill. And now we're just helping them save carbon regularly.
And I'll put this out there for attendees that aren't aware of this. Our office actually did push for WattTime, and we got commission approval to roll out WattTime on a pilot basis with Ameren Missouri's EV program. Clearly, there's a really good sales pitch for WattTime on the EV side. When you're charging, encouraging that off-peak charging, encouraging, it's going to be strongly related to those, emission reductions. It's going to be strongly correlated with prices, peak prices. Mm-hmm. Kyle, my question for you is on the energy efficiency side. does Watt time have any empirical studies or evidence to suggest that environmental emission reductions is a equivalent or perhaps even better offset than a financial incentive as far as signaling customers for demand response events?
We sure do. We
Great.
completed, so I, without getting too far into the weeds, I'm happy to circulate that, Jeff, with you. And please, it's a published study. We did it with Johnson Controls Glass, which unfortunately disbanded, but not a big deal. Their thermostats, Ohm Connect, as well as Uplight, and a couple different utilities in the I'm forgetting the name of the utility in the Great Lakes. I might not be able to say it. And then funded by the Great Lakes Protection Fund. The key here is the Great Lakes Protection Fund is set up to help eliminate mercury pollution. As we know, the life cycle of that is extremely harmful for wildlife as well as the humans. That then it's doubly or triply nauseous for a human to then eat that fish with the mercury. So the program, what we did there is a lot of the numbers, Jeff, that I was telling you, 60 for going, that's coming from that study. So we actually found that you could get, I don't want to butcher some of these numbers, but it's close to like a 90% difference in customer acquisition cost by, and again, what was actually happening is that we frame these things as so. It was, do you want purely demand response financial incentives? Do you want purely environment, or do you want both? Okay. What was actually happening behind, unbeknownst to the actual survey, the participants being surveyed on Facebook prior to the program being implemented, everyone was actually getting the same thing. Okay. So it was co-optimization. So you're still going to save money, you're still going to save carbon. But we actually found that the middle group, purely environment, had a higher click rate than the cost, and then the carbon in the cost, purely environmental. And so then when we actually went to implement the program, I'll be completely honest, it wasn't a stellar performance in terms of overall connections of thermostats. We found that that's a very large barrier to entry, but it was about 90% higher the amount of people that set up their thermostat getting the environmental signal, foregoing $60 a year of demand response incentives over a 5-year period to be enrolled in that program. That's pretty massive. If a utility can save $300 to get one customer and offer them environmental savings, that's amazing. Now, what's probably makes more sense, and this is me, putting my impact hat on, but also my rational economic hat on, co-optimize, right? Still give them some money, maybe only give them half of that money, right? You're still saving, there's still a benefit to the bottom line of the utility, but now they're offering differentiated value streams from other utilities, and then everyone else will start joining in on that because they see adoption rates are just booming. So I'll share that study, Jeff. It's publicly available. I'm happy to share that with the group.
We have spent a considerable amount of time talking about thermostats here in Missouri, and the idea of introducing this element, intuitively makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of people that would respond well to emissions signals, right?
Right.
So your study looked at adoption rates. I'm curious, do you have anything on participation rates? So for called events?
Correct. Yeah, we do. That's all. We have a very, very thorough analysis. It's like a 15 or 20 page,
right,
white paper, if you will. And I'm happy to circulate that. I'll be honest, I haven't reviewed that in probably a couple weeks, so I don't want to butcher the numbers. But participation, thermostat connections, engagement, we have a lot of studies. We have a lot of studies on that, and are going to be doing more of those studies with some of the unnamed utilities in ComEd, including ComEd, as we get further along in these programs.
That'd be great. And I'd encourage attendees that are on right now, if you've got your computer, to go ahead and just log in or Google watttime.org and put in your zip code. You can immediately see that grid emission intensity, and, to give you a sense of, right now here in mid-Missouri, it's pretty hot out, and the grid's pretty intense. So we've got a lot of a lot of fossil fuels going on right now to power MISO. On that note, I want to go ahead and tee up another question from one of our attendees. Could you speak to your experience in MISO and what you are seeing relative to curtailment conditions?
Yeah, great question. So I did some real-time reconnaissance via Slack just to make sure that my conjecture was correct. So we currently don't have a curtailment model in MISO, and here's why. Not saying that we're not able to understand some level of curtailment in the actual marginal emissions data, but it's just not as precise in terms of our versioning as ERCOT, SPP, and CAISO. And the reason is, or even BPAs, the reason is because those specific balancing authorities, ISOs, whatever RTOs you want to call them, are publishing curtailment data. Some of that is as a result of our work with folks like Environmental Defense Fund, where we actually, I don't say pressure, but, we ask nicely because, for the environment, for CAISO to release that curtailment data. That data is so important to watt time. And the more data we can get like that, the better the more precise and more accurate our modeling is. And here's why. What we do, full transparency, is we're actually weighting our marginal, once we get that curtailment data, we use a probabilistic model to say, okay, we think it's 90% in this 5-minute period that there's going to be curtailment. So what do? We multiply the marginal emissions factor that we've calculated, we multiply it by 0.90, and we weight that factor to a certain degree, right? And that might not be exactly the math that's going on, but it's a weighted approach to understanding curtailment. So with our model, you're rarely going to actually see a 0 pounds of CO2 per megawatt hour. Instead, you're going to see 200, 300, 400, 500. And then other times you're going to see, 8 to 16, 8 to 17, right? Depending on if there's coal, natural gas, etc. But when we have that really allows us to get the savings delta and the impact delta much, much better, right? So the better data we have from curtailment, the better our model is at understanding when using electricity will result in the cleanest or the least pollutive source of energy coming online. And then we all win because that energy is no longer getting wasted because we're shifting demand towards that energy. So sorry, that was a bit of a long-winded answer. I'm not quite sure who asked about MISO, but we don't currently have a curtailment model. We have a viable marginal emissions model there. You're still going to get some savings from using it. Just not going to be as high as, say, 18% for an EV in California, maybe a little bit closer to 4 to 9, depending on how aggressive you are in those carbon deltas. And that's a conservative estimate. It could be higher.
Kyle, you used the phrase sustainability service platform earlier.
Sure.
Here in Missouri, our utilities are in the process of putting in a lot of investment towards, customer service platforms and expansive customer service platforms that are more, I think the phrase that was used last week was more omniscient, that it would be all sorts of different opportunities for the utilities to communicate and interact with their customers. Concurrent with that, we've been rolling out AMI meters, and there's been a lot of discussion about time of use rates. Can watt time play a role in that as well, in terms of that platform in providing, additional information as to is there any study with that or any work in terms of trying to nudge customers from an environmental standpoint?
Yeah, so Jeff, let me just make sure I'm reading between the lines here. What you're saying, has WattTime had experience, let's say overlaying our marginal emissions data to help shape rates, time of use rates? Is that effectively what I'm garnering from what you're asking?
Yeah, and what I would say is it is a complementary component, right?
Sure.
Right. That's where I was going.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's massively complementary, especially within a time of use rate, right? Because let's say you have a 3-hour period or a 4-hour period, let's say 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We're in Arizona. I think that's my time of use rate. At least I hope that's my time of use rate. Within those constraints, if there's no demand charge on top, I guess, there wouldn't be a demand charge. We're talking about residential, but in 2 to 6 for a residential customer, we literally have free reign to shift energy use within that period, because the cost of that energy between 2 and 6 is going to be the same. So we're no longer constrained by, in a commercial setting, maybe a wholesale setting, by wholesale price, which really isn't the best use case for watt time, depending on the grid, right? And the correlation of carbon and emissions. But for a time of use rate, I would highly encourage, you folks to think about that. And we're, without saying who, we are in serious discussions in California, without saying who, I can tell you where, on what that actually looks like in practice in the next set of time of use rates being rolled out, where they're already adjusted for emissions, if you will. Again, that's not a done deal. We're doing the analysis with the proper bodies, the proper folks, to see what that looks like. But even without going down that pathway, right, you can very easily, once you have a time of use rate implemented, you can very easily maximize environmental impact within those bounds without violating that. So I think it would be even more of an incentive, based on my experience, what I've seen over the years, what I'm seeing in the industry, and where I see the ESG in the industry going, and more aware and conscious consumers and brand loyalty, utility loyalty. Environment is going to continue, or let's say renewable energy, environment, right? These are sexy topics right now, and they're going to continue being so, I think, for the foreseeable future, because we only have one world.
And what comes to mind, I sat in on a presentation with ComEd a couple years ago where they were talking about their hourly pricing program, time of use pricing program, and it was top notch. I mean, very professional, a lot of bells and whistles, and the thing that stuck out for me at the end of the day, though, was they showed the average savings for customers that participated and didn't drop off, and it came out to be like about $9. I mean, it just seemed like an enormous amount of work, and to get that $9 savings from a customer perspective. But I would imagine if the message that you were sending was, not just $9, but you reduced X number of emissions, you avoided this, that those could be driving components that would otherwise nudge behavior, right?
150%. And Jeff, just because I had a thought on this, and this is something that we're starting to figure out, how do you value the grid benefits of now a consumer prior to, so to your point is $9, let's say in a demand response program, let's just multiply by 7, let's call it an average, let's call it $60. Let's just say it's $60 that a consumer is getting to participate in a demand response program, and again, residential, of course, per year. That maybe is what, 10 to 20 events on average? I don't know. I'm speaking, I don't know exactly the number, but I think it's somewhat in that ballpark per year. And that's for $60. So that's $3. If it's 20, that's $3 for, an event to curtail load or shift load, right? Now, if you put environment in front of the customer, or choice, or renewable energy, however you want to frame it, or cars taken off the road, or trees planted, now that consumer who is rational and whatever, he could be irrational too. His preferences could be purely financial, could be purely environmental, but there's some loss aversion in there, right? He's now has a much more of a willingness to hand over his load to the utility. So now instead of 20 events, we have a 5-minute signal. You can continuously optimize for emissions, and that's what we're trying to push. So what I'm trying to convey is we don't know the economic value of now a consumer can shift 5 times, say 5 times 12, 60 times 24. I don't really want to do that math in my head. I could, but I definitely could. 1200, 1440, 40 times 365, whatever that number is. We don't need to do that. Now that customer, from what WattTime hypothesizes, is a lot more valuable to the utility than even the money that they're foregoing for that utility to participate, right? You can now optimize continuously. Maybe you get them enrolled in a program from an environmental they can be, emergency capacity if needed, right? When we're talking about at scale, because their willingness to participate is much, much higher because they're more engaged. So I just wanted to leave you with that note, Jeff, because I think there's something really there. I don't know. We haven't figured out exactly what that is going to look like. We're piloting it. We're measuring it right now, but there's definitely something there.
Kyle, I'll just leave you with, perhaps another question unless I see something else on the chat. What's the one thing you would like regulators and utilities here on this call to know leaving this presentation at the end of the day?
Absolutely. I'll just say it like this. This is the same thing I tell Fortune 500 companies when I talk to them, right? You have a carbon goal. You have a statewide carbon goal. You have a certain amount of dollars to spend on that carbon goal as a utility, as a state, as a regulator. Purely in economics, you already know how much money you need to shell out, probably, I think, to get a customer, okay? But do you know the environmental return of that dollar that you spent on X decision, Y decision, Z decision to get to that carbon goal? My guess would probably be maybe, but you're probably applying an average lens. Again, I'm being very biased and making a lot of assumptions right now because the data I'm used to is the sustainability managers who are reporting their greenhouse gases via the GHG protocol, and they're focused on a static average factor to do GHG inventory-based calculations. But when we're talking about climate change and we're talking about real-world impact, you need to apply a marginal lens to understand if I take an action, what's changing on the grid? What am I taking offline? What's not firing up as a result? Or what is firing up as a result? So we can tell you, if I have a carbon goal, I need to be carbon neutral by 2030. Here's let's say $1 million, probably way more, to spend to get to that carbon goal. I now can say with data like watt times, what is the actual environmental impact? What's the environmental return for each dollar I spend on EE, on DR, on energy storage, on EVs, on renewable energy? And then I can start doing, cost benefit analysis, but I no longer am just speaking in dollars. I'm now speaking in terms of carbon and dollars. So weight your slider, right? What matters the most? But let's be rational about it. Cool, I'll save 10% of the spend that I was going to spend, but I just got 3x impact. So it doesn't actually matter. That's a win-win for watt time. It's a win-win for the world, and it's a win-win for your CFOs in the budgeting process to get to rapid, scalable, repeatable impact given what we're facing here. So I'll leave you with that.
Excellent, Kyle. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And I look forward to the reports or perhaps there's a link here that might actually send attendees to that. Is that correct?
That link is for our Explorer map to show the color-coded map of where we have data. But let me drop that, Jeff. I'll tell you what. I'll either drop it here or I'll send it along to the group in the that was on the invite. Does that sound good?
That's perfect. I could forward it out to people as well too. I really do appreciate the time. I'm going to pass it back over to you, Brad.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. That was excellent. Kyle, thank you for the presentation, the information. Thank you guys for the lively Q&A. That was very useful and perfect timing. So we'll jump right over to Hassan Shaban with Empower DataWorks. Hassan works with utilities on understanding the needs of low-income and underserved customers and monitoring equity in their energy assistance and energy efficiency programs. And he's currently based in Central Washington State. So Hassan, it's all over to you.
All right. Thanks, guys, for the invite. Next time you grab an apple from the supermarket, check out the label. It probably comes from Wenatchee, Washington. That's where I'm based out. So today's talk. Can you see my screen yet, Jack?
No, I can't yet. Momentarily I did.
All right. Let's give it a sec. Here, let me try again. Okay. Any luck? No screen.
Brad, are you seeing it? It might just be a control on my end.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, okay. No, not yet.
Was sharing for a second. Here, let me, I think it might be something to do with WebEx. Give me 10 seconds. I'm gonna sign off and sign back on, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm back. It looks like I might have had like an update to WebEx or something because everything changed. The color of the screen and all. All right, let's try this.
You're definitely sharing a screen. It says click open WebEx on the prompt. There we go.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, it's great.
Cool. So chat so I can see what's going on. All right. So we're going to talk about energy equity, and then this is in the context of utility programs. And then what I'll speak mostly to my experience here in the Northwest. So in Washington and Oregon, there's a lot of legislation tied to clean energy, tied to equity, tied to energy assistance and energy efficiency programs. And it's all coming together in a way that's forcing utilities to step outside these silos and start to look at things more holistically. So we're facing this trilemma. So we're having to balance three things at the same time. There's 100% clean energy legislation that utilities have to meet. Utilities are businesses in many cases. In many cases, if they're public or municipal utilities, they have their customer owners to care about. So they need to look at the business case from their perspective as well. And the third is energy equity. So this is are all customers able to benefit from programs, are able to afford their bills in the same way. And we're trying to balance all of these three things at the same time. Now, the problem is when these things were siloed, we ended up here in the Northwest with things that weren't great. So when the utilities were really focused on just their benefits, they were really focused on least cost planning, cost effectiveness metrics, and the cost effectiveness. I think it was Craig from Ameren who was talking about, well, there's different value streams, and depending on what you're looking at, you need to adjust that cost effectiveness metric. And so if your cost effectiveness doesn't take into account your customers, then your energy equity suffers. Potentially your clean energy goals suffer as well. when we're looking at energy equity in a vacuum, what you end up with is programs such as low-income weatherization or energy assistance or special low-income rates. And the issue with just focusing on energy equity now is you're not taking into account the benefits to the utility. You're not able to capture what clean energy benefits these programs have as well. And finally, if you're only focused on clean energy, you could have things that, if you're an equity blind renewable or EV incentives that, basically you're giving discounts to upper middle class families to afford their Teslas or their solar panels on the rooftops. So we want to get to a balance. We want to get to this target here in the middle where you are aware, at least aware, even if you're not maximizing all of these benefits, at least you're aware of any program that you run or any initiative that you do. How is it affecting clean energy? How is it affecting your utility bottom line? And how is it affecting your customers? So in a perfect world, we would capture all of these value streams for all of our programs and be able to actually make a statement on, hey, this is how our programs are improving or not improving things. Now, to get to the first question, whenever I show a Venn diagram like this, I say, okay, so what's in the middle? What's that bullseye? Unfortunately, I don't know of any widget or app or technology that directly solves this, right? The utilities need many tools in their toolbox to be able to capture that. We're going to talk a bit, I think Tammy is going to talk a little bit about pay as you save later today. So that tries to get to that, right? That tries to get to serving low-income customers while maintaining benefits to the utility and at the same time getting energy savings. So energy efficiency financing is one thing that tries to get at this combination of factors. But in general, to get there, what do we need to understand? We need to get beyond pure physics. It's not just about buildings and hourly energy use and generation plants and all that. We need to understand how buildings use energy for sure, but we need to also develop this softer side of our economic and engineering brains of understanding people. How do people use energy and what do people in these buildings need? Because that's how you design programs and initiatives that are actually serving the customers well while meeting your other goals. So I think the Cherry from Spire gave perfect example of how do you work with contractors? How do you make sure that the barriers to entry are reduced to be able to get to these goals? I'm gonna pause really quickly here. I always ask this question in every presentation, but this is about energy equity. So you guys are gonna add to my data set. I'm gonna post a link in the chat. Just go to the link. There's two questions in that survey. It's asking you about how much do you care about energy equity and why do you care about energy equity? I'm gonna give you 20 seconds to respond. And Jeff's gonna help me out. Jeff, you're gonna tell me how you're answering this, okay? So let's go. Okay, so these are you guys' results coming. Oh, wow, everyone cares about energy equity. That's great. Jeff, what were your scores here?
Sure. It looks like 6.7 in general. How much do you care about it? Came up first. Why do you care about energy equity? It's a sense of fairness and justice came in second. Number three.
I'm asking for you, Jeff, specifically. Like, why do you care about the energy equity?
Actually, I'm going to go with the sense of fairness and justice.
Really? All right. You're an economist, right?
I am.
I would have figured positive financial outcomes, but that's a good answer too, Jeff.
It's a close second.
Yeah. So there's definitely different reasons why people care about it, right? And then there's the purely economic, hey, there's a business case and there's financial reasons for this. There's also customer satisfaction and well-being. This is, okay, you want to run programs that your customers take advantage of. It's also a good thing for a utility in general to show that they care about their customers. A big one here, down here, is really if you're leaving behind 40-50% of your customers and they're not able to access energy efficiency or EVs or solar because they can't afford it, that makes it that much harder to meet your climate goals, right? Like that other 50% of your customers, now all of them have to do something about it. So definitely expanding your net helps meet your climate goals as well. So we want to achieve an equitable distribution of the grid costs and benefits. What does that mean? Well, we want, in general, we don't want things to be unfair. We don't want certain customer segments to be bearing more of the grid costs than they should. And to make that happen, we need to be able to measure and track energy equity. And that's where that quantitative piece comes in. How do you assign a number to something that's so abstract that's more about people and it's really social science more than engineering or economics. Right? We have metrics already for our programs. We have metrics for our energy efficiency programs or low-income programs, and some of these are really vanity metrics. So they don't really capture impact. So it's things like, we serve this many low-income customers a year. What are you actually doing to these customers? Are their bills going down? Like Jeff was saying, are their bills going down by $9 a month or $9 a year? Is that really sufficient impact? And are those the right customers to be serving? Like are energy bills even a big factor in their life? Another good one I hear, especially from free programs of either low-income weatherization or rate discounts, where you hear, 100% of participants are satisfied with our program. Well, hopefully they'd be satisfied if it's 100% free money. You better hope 100% are satisfied. Otherwise, there's something really wrong with your program. So it's really not telling you about how well the program is doing. And the final good one is, our budget is $1 gazillion a year. Are these funds being used cost effectively? Are they a good use of ratepayer funds, or could they be redirected in different ways so that you get more persistent benefits? So to measure energy equity, we want to get away from vanity metrics, and we want to speak to the problem we're trying to solve. For us, well, and again, here I'm speaking for myself and maybe for the Northwest of it. The primary metric that we're going to measure success based on is a reduction in energy insecurity. What does that mean? In English, it means that we have most of our customers are less vulnerable to disconnections and late fees. We don't want our customers to be in a position where they have to pick between paying their utility bill and paying for food or paying for a medical expense. We don't want that to happen. So we want that to go down. Unfortunately, it's a hard thing to measure, right? Like how do you get to this energy insecurity? Well, you could go and knock on every door or every customer in your service territory every month and ask them, hey, have you had trouble paying your utility bill this month? Or have you had to choose between paying your utility bill and something else? So in practice, we try to simplify. We get to this concept of energy burden. I'm sure most of you are already familiar with it, but it's what percent of a household's income goes towards their energy bills. So it could be, it's a number between 0.1%, and some customers could be paying, 20-25% of their incomes on their energy bills. Now, the first thing to realize is that energy burden is a distribution. So you might have averages for your service territory, but there's every customer has a different value for that energy burden. in every service territory that I've seen, the distribution always looks like this. You have a peak here where the vast majority of customers don't pay a lot. They pay, 3, 4, 2% of their incomes on their energy bills. And then you have a long tail here to the right. These are all the customers who are, paying upwards of 10% of their incomes on their utility bills. Because we're interested in energy insecurity, and that's a hard thing to measure, I mark the energy insecure customers here in orange. So these are the customers who might have trouble paying their bill. A lot of them probably have high bills relative to their incomes, but you could have folks who, they're not paying that much on their bills, but they're still vulnerable. Maybe they lost a job and suddenly, they can't afford their bill. So they could have a low energy burden, but still be energy insecure. So we want to reach these orange households with programs. It's hard to figure out who these orange households are. So what we do is we'll simplify it. We'll say, okay, well, let's draw a line. We'll draw a line through some percent of energy burden and say that anyone to the right of that line is going to be our target demographic. It's interesting. You'll hear numbers thrown about. Usually 6% is a number that will go by that. If you pay more than 6% of your income on your energy bill, you're considered high burden, and we need to build programs for you. This is actually set in statute in Washington State, where they said, 6% is our number. Any of these orange households, we need programs for them. So what's our goal with energy equity programs? We want to bring all these orange households to the left of this orange line. That's literally it in one image. We don't want orange households here. And that for in general, that means that we have to get way better at actually finding who those orange households are. We need to understand them. We need to figure out how to build programs that actually serve them and then that get around their barriers to participation. Okay, so that's our goal. Get rid of the orange. And that gets us to a metric for success in energy equity that's measurable and that you can actually get for any utility. We want to reduce the energy burden for high burden customers, so specifically for those orange households. If you're low income and you're paying 1% of your income on energy, sorry, you're not the primary target customer for us. There are higher priority customers. Like I know, older folks here on fixed incomes that are paying something like $12 a month on their energy. It doesn't make sense to go and invest $10,000 to weatherize their home and save so that they are now paying $9 a month or something. It makes sense to target the high burden customers first. So let's talk about programs a little bit. And any questions so far? By the way, drop questions in the chat. I have it on a separate screen here, so I'll be able to see it. Or at the end, I'll leave 5-10 minutes at the end to chat through some of this stuff. So let's talk through programs and program metrics. These are some numbers I hope every utility would know about their programs. The first one is the funding need. So if we go back here, how much money is it going to take you to get rid of all the orange households and bring them to the left? How much is that going to cost? It's going to be a really big number for most utilities. But you need to know that. You need to know that because it's a sanity check. It's like a higher bound for what you can do to your customers. And I call it the blank check metric. Even if you were to write a blank check to all of these orange households and just without complicating things with programs or energy efficiency or anything, just write them a check and bring them to the left of your threshold here. How much is that check going to be? Now, there's always a gap between that need and the actual funding that's available in programs. And all utilities will know exactly how much they're spending on their energy assistance or energy efficiency. By the way, energy assistance is as we like to confuse people in the Northwest, so it's a catch-all term for energy efficiency, weatherization, discount programs, solar, community solar. So it's anything that reduces energy burden is called energy assistance. But I know for some utilities, energy assistance is specifically discount programs. Anyway, so you have this blank check that you could be writing. Then you have the actual funding. So this is how much you're actually spending. So, these are numbers that you can get, and you can say, hey, I'm actually funding 30% of the need in my service territory. That's a hard number that you can talk about, that you can discuss with folks like the customer advocates. And say, hey, actually our budgets are huge. We don't need to spend that much more money. Instead, maybe we need to redirect it to high burden or to specific customer segments. Or maybe you're funding 3% of the need, and you do need to increase budgets. That's a good number to know. The second gap here comes from overhead and inefficiencies in program delivery. So you're not spending all of your funding directly to, it's not going to the customers directly. If you're, you could be paying program administrators, you could have your staff time is accounted for in here. If you're doing energy efficiency and it's not cost effective, that means that actually the bill savings are less than the amount that you're spending on your programs. But that brings it down to this idea of avoided burden. So these are the lifetime bill savings for the program participants. So you could be spending $10 million, but you're only reducing burden by 1 million. That's a big gap here. The final metric here is called avoided need. And this is the actual energy bill reductions or the bill savings, but specifically for the orange household. So it's not for everyone, specifically for those high burden orange households. Now that's important because if we want to ever get to our goal of reducing energy insecurity and reducing energy burden, then we need to know how many of these high burden customers we're actually serving and how much we're serving with. So right away you see that, okay, well, if our goal is reducing energy insecurity and we're going from funding some programs to reducing bills for high burden customers, if we want to be running good programs, we just make this gap as small as we can. And already you can see you have 3 levers here, right? You can put more money in the programs. You can improve program delivery. So this is, presumably what EM&B would help with, figure out inefficiencies and so on. And the third thing is targeting. So it's finding those high burden customers and making sure that you're either prioritizing them through program rules or program design, or that you're actually doing, specific targeted marketing, targeted outreach, finding, which churches in the community you can go and partner with. But those are the 3 levers really that utilities can play with: money, program efficiency, and target. I see a quick question here. Well, it's a really long question. Annika. I'll read one and then I'll leave one to after. So Andrew. Hassan, how important is it to have a comprehensive study of energy burden across a utility service territory? Is that a prerequisite prior to establishing an energy burden reduction goal? It's a great question. I have a whole other probably 2-hour presentation about how to do that, Andrew. But there's very light ways of doing this. So I say, okay, you can come pay high price consultant to do a full study for you, and that's going to help you with program implementation and so on. But my hope is that most utilities at least do the light approach, which is totally free. There's resources you can go to and get a rough estimate of those numbers. So you can set a goal either by doing a full study where you're looking at customer level data, or you can do a more higher level one where you're looking maybe at service portion of a state or a service territory. So both of them would work. Annika, I'll get to yours. How do we assess equity? So this is just a visual of the levers I was talking about. Here you have your funding ratio, you have your operational effectiveness of your programs, and you have your targeting effectiveness. How good are you at reaching those high burden customers? So the three of those levers, they combine to give you your overall program effectiveness at meeting the need in your service territory. And it's a percent. So it's a percent where every utility has a number between 0 and 100%. Now it's interesting because in Washington, they set goals on that percent. So they said every utility must meet 60% of the need by 2030 and 90% of the need by 2050. So there's hard goals based on that percent. So then the utilities, what do? They break it down to these components and they say, hey, should I be putting more money in, or do I have enough funding? I just need to do more targeting, or do I need to improve the effectiveness of my programs? So breaking it down into the three components lets them know what to focus on. Now, how do you track this stuff over time, right? I'd say most programs generally will start somewhere around here, where they have intermediate funding levels. Usually I see it anywhere from 30 to 60% of the need. So funding is actually usually not it's not the lowest hanging fruit. Operational effectiveness, it depends what programs are running, if there's enough energy efficiency in the mix. Targeting is always low, so it's always, usually low-income programs especially will take anyone who comes through the door. They're not actually going out and pursuing high-burden customers. Up here on the right is the gold standard. We because we care about our customers and we care about reducing energy insecurity, we want programs that are well-funded, that are running effectively, and they're targeting customers who need it the most. And there's two ways to get here, right? So that you could, first one here is a dig at Reaganomics, so it's the trickle-down path. Let's put more money in our programs. Eventually, some of it will trickle down to the high-burden customers, to the customers who need it the most. Even if our programs aren't running well and we're not targeting, more money eventually would mean that we're serving more customers. And then the second path here is the optimization path. This is where you say, okay, no, let's make sure our machine is working well first before dumping more fuel in. Let's make sure we're running effectively. Let's make sure we're targeting the right customers. And then once we have a well-oiled machine, we can put more money in the program. Obviously, I hope utilities follow the optimization path, because even though I care a lot about energy equity, the one thing that gets me is wasting ratepayer funds on ineffective programs. Let's not do that. Now, tying all of this back to the utility business case. So this is talking about, okay, let's take a higher level. Okay, energy equity is great. How do we make sure that we're capturing the other value streams? So for utilities beyond, beyond regulation, where you have to run some sort of program, there are benefits to running energy burden reduction programs. The first one of them is that, well, if you're reducing energy insecurity, you're going to have fewer late payments. You're going to have fewer disconnection rates. You're reducing your debt collection costs. And all of this stuff is stuff you can quantify. You can actually, I don't have to write off this many $1 million in uncollected bills this year. So that's a quantifiable benefit. At the same time, in terms of costs, I mean, you're spending money on the direct customer assistance. You have the admin or program operation costs. And you want to avoid the risks here, which is you want to make sure your ratepayer funds are being used wisely. You want to make sure that the program implementation doesn't become more, than what the program is actually offering. And that speaks to something that Jeff mentioned also about, hey, we don't want, for example, our EM&V, we want more of that money going to customers. We don't want the EMB to kind of overtake the benefits of the program. So all of that stuff, all of the benefits you can quantify. So now you have that other value stream of the utility business case. In terms of clean energy and avoiding emissions, the way you do it is by refining your targeting approach. So you always have low income customers who have a high energy burden, and you have low income customers who have a low energy burden. So first of all, you need to separate those two out, even though all of them are low income. But we're not trying to run general benefit programs. We're trying to run programs that are specifically targeted at energy bills. The other axis, you can look at savings potential. For example, if we're talking about energy efficiency. So you have customers with a high savings potential. With I think Evergy was talking about, their PACE program is going to be targeting high EUI customers. So that's great. And you have low savings potential customers. Now at the intersections of these things, you should be running totally different programs. High burden, high savings potential customers, you should approach them with low-income energy efficiency routes. So this is energy efficiency that's 100% incentivized. Hopefully even no financing, just 100% paid for. This is usually things like the Federal Weatherization Assistance Program does this. High burden, low savings potential customers, don't go and spend $10,000 weatherizing their home. If there's no savings potential, but they have a high burden, it could be just because their income is low, but they still live in a small apartment where there isn't a ton of savings potential. So for them, you offer the cash option, which is low income discounts or rates, or participation in community solar or microgrid projects. Down here, you have the low savings potential, low energy burden customers. So these are, again, they are low income, but maybe energy isn't a big thing on their plate. So for them, the most useful thing would be having emergency programs. Many utilities, I'm sure the IOUs have either arrearage management programs or crisis programs that help in case of job loss or things like that. But you shouldn't be offering energy efficiency to them because it's not going to be cost effective. And ideally, you wouldn't give them low income discounts because it's really not going to have such a big impact for them because their energy burden is already low. Finally, here you have the high savings potential and low burden customers. So it could be that their seasonal use is high, but over the course of a year, their energy burden is relatively low. And for them, those are really the customers. The sweet spot for them is directing them to your traditional energy efficiency rebates with financing options so that they can actually afford to have these things installed. So step one for any utility, I say make sure you have at least one program in each of these 4 buckets. If you do that, you're capturing kind of all these different scenarios that can happen. Final point here that it just says that these heavy energy burden studies, they all start with customer level data. So this is just a list. I'm not going to go through all of this, but it's really an exercise in combining data sources from a bunch of different places into one spot. This is billing data, arrearages, payments, energy efficiency potential, program participation, customer demographics, building information, and the title of the presentation is Quantitative Energy Equity, but don't discount the importance of qualitative research as well. So this is customer stakeholder interviews and so on. We're at 9:50. We have 10 minutes. Should we? Let's pause for some questions. All right. I'm going to read Annika's question really quick. I think targeting by energy burden is great and very needed. If you target solely on energy burden, you'll tend to serve mostly single-family homes, which are disproportionately white compared to multifamily homes, which are disproportionately people of color. We know that multifamily homes have lower average usage than single-family homes, but have higher energy use intensity and fewer energy efficiency measures. Higher burden than housing types. Yes. Yes. So by the way, Annika, so this is tied to the question of going to customer demographics beyond income. I think that's tied to the goals of the utility, or sometimes it's regulatory mandates that say, hey, you need to focus on historically disadvantaged communities, for example. From the perspective of utilities, focusing on energy burden, first of all, you make sure that you are helping customers who for whom the energy bill is a big part of their life. It is a hard thing to pay off. And from my perspective, to be honest, I'd say that if you're helping a customer afford their bill, that's the most important goal of the program. Now, if you have a secondary goal of making sure that historically disadvantaged communities are served, you need to integrate that as well, for sure. And you need to track that if you can. But it raises questions about, again, privacy and all that. But I say, let's start with energy burden and expand from there. Because if you're not targeting anything, if you don't have a goal at all, then you're just running more and more programs, and then you don't know whether they're actually helping you eliminate energy burden or not.
Hey, Hassan, I'm going to throw a quick question at you. Can you hear me?
Sure.
So, this is completely just my own opinion here, but, I would characterize a lot of what we do here in Missouri to date has been, we've allocated, a certain amount of dollars and we throw it at a low income program without any stated goals. And the money either doesn't get spent, or if it gets close to getting spent, we ease up on the brakes and we say, oh, we've got to wait to the rate case and we've got to go ahead and make tariff changes to see, if the money would somehow, bleed over, right? You've got a great presentation here and you've made a really strong argument for, goal setting and prioritizing. Can you tell me what Empowered DataWorks specifically does in helping articulate that vision for a state, for a utility? I mean, would you guys crunch the data? Would you be on the front end where you're helping us, articulate this? Help me understand that connection a little bit.
Sure. See, I think I'm gonna pause on the next piece of this, and maybe I'll jump to the end, and then we'll come back if we have time. But so to get to this vision where we're balancing energy equity with the utility goals and clean energy, utilities will be doing these 4 exercises in my mind. You're trying to understand your service territory. So this is what happens in needs assessments, or where you're looking at your entire service territory and trying to quantify things like energy burden and so on. You have program evaluation. So this is EM&V, right? We're already doing this. Program designs, you're already kind of putting structure around programs and then program eligibility criteria and so on. And then the program implementation. So this is either third-party operators or the utilities doing it themselves. So I always say my role is to add the equity layer on these 4 exercises. So this is things like when you're looking at your service territory, it's doing an energy equity assessment. So this is crunching the data from the entire service territory, so you're able to set goals, track progress over time in a meaningful way, so that you're actually seeing whether or not you're approaching your targets. With program evaluations, I say go and tell, if you need help, we can do equity-aware program evaluations, or tell your EM&V contractor to bring equity into their studies. Like this is something you mentioned, Jeff, is why not make the EM&V more targeted? One way to make it more targeted is to focus on specific groups of underserved customers, instead of just saying, oh, let's do the same evaluation every year or 2. In terms of program design, is again adding that equity layer of saying, hey, how do we change the program design a little bit, tweak it so that we're more inclusive, or so that we're serving different types of customers better. And it's a similar idea for program implementation, kind of flows from that. So if you want me to answer you in one image, I call it like, I'm like, I really like sriracha sauce. I put it on everything that I eat. So this, my role is more like equity sriracha. So anything that you do, you add that equity layer of, hey, let's make it spicier and more meaningful for our customers. And you combine that with, so the blue arrows here are really I hate really long reports. So if I were to have a tagline, I'd say it's not another 200-page PDF, but it's really using that data throughout your program operations, your program design. To really, the outcome of any of these exercises is the data. It's not, you know, another paperweight that you put on your desk. Hopefully that answers your question, but sriracha. So. Cool.
Hassan, I'll ask a question. I've seen your work before. I've always enjoyed it. The presentation was fantastic. Thank you. You know, Ameren is doing parts of this in parts of our low income portfolio and really trying to take a targeted approach to how we deliver certain programs to, you know, the most at need neighborhoods. We're also rolling out a community lighting program that we're targeting by zip code. To do that, we've been relying, if you can go back up one slide, you know, we've been relying on what you're talking about here. There's certain data that we have in the utility, none of which includes income, the denominator of the burden ratio. And so we have been really relying on census data to look, you know, at the zip code or the census tract level to get a sense of, you know, what percent of our customers are likely to be below the poverty level. And that helps give us a sense of then, okay, how many of those customers are likely to be highly burdened? Can you speak about that data challenge of figuring out the denominator for the burden definition and how else you work on that with utilities to really fine tune that targeting and that optimization pathway?
For sure. I mean, what time was talking a little bit about how using average carbon rates, you know, doesn't capture the full value because the marginal rates are more reflective of the impact. It's very similar with energy burden. If you're looking at energy burden across, you know, even down to like a census tract or a zip code level, it's always going to look really good because it's washed out, right? You have very few customers who are really highly burdened. So the average is always going to look reasonable. So to get an accurate read of which customers are highly burdened, you need the customer level income data as a denominator. The main source of that data is credit bureaus. Right? So you buy third-party data where they tell you, hey, for these customers, here is what, you know, income data we have for them. That data never has full coverage. So it's maybe you get data for 70%, 60% of customers in your service territory, and the other 30 or 40%. What I do is I model the rest of it out. So I say, okay, well, based on the data that we have for 60 or 70% of customers, we can estimate the incomes for the other 30 or 40%. There's a few I can send you some resources and about the details about how that's done. But you basically look at, you know, similar customers and you interpolate for the ones that are missing the data. But yes, Craig, to get accurate reads of energy burden, you need customer level income data. Because then what happens, so how the utilities are then using this is then they're saying, literally pulling lists of customers. They're saying, hey, I need low income renters who have a high energy burden, who live in this specific town, and I'm going to go and do an outreach event for them. And then they have a list of those customers that they can send direct mail piece to, or they can send them an email if they have their emails on file. So it becomes a very tactical thing where you get to pull lists of specific customers and then do marketing and outreach to them. Helpful, Craig? Yes, customer data.
Yeah, thank you. That is helpful. That's what I thought you'd say, and it's I can see the vision. But like you said, 60-70% of data and interpolating the rest. So, I mean, there's some steps to work through, but I like the connection, and thank you for making it for us.
Yeah, it's all doable. So I know we're right on time, but the main takeaways I'll leave you guys with is definitely the next generation of utility programs have to balance these three different aspects. So they have clean energy, the utility business case, but also equity. It's particularly important here in the Northwest because our power planning is showing that energy efficiency is becoming less and less the least cost resource. And although it's very important to our low-income customers. And so one way to make sure that that's captured is to value that equity benefit, is to value the customer benefit to high-burden customers, to make sure that these energy efficiency budgets aren't slashed. The second main takeaway is that utilities, either start with a light energy equity review of your service area. You should know your numbers, know how much the need is, how much the dollar amount is, how much you're funding relative to that need, and that stuff. You don't need you don't need a consultant to do that. It's something you could probably do by yourself, but just have those numbers handy. Also, make sure you do it across all programs. This isn't about low-income programs. This is about even your standard energy efficiency offerings. Once you have the customer level data, it's easy because you can figure out, okay, hey, 30% of participants in my regular energy efficiency programs are low-income. So that's actually a service that is being used by low-income customers, and it's reducing their energy burden. So take credit if you are doing programs that aren't explicitly low-income, but they are serving low-income customers. It should be something that's captured in these assessments of funding and so on. So identify gaps in your program, set goals, and monitor progress over time. And the last bit here touches a little bit about Craig's point. The equity data problem is mostly been solved. I mean, there's data out there. There's methods to figure out all of this stuff. I didn't drill into it, but there's a whole really the next step in looking at energy equity is moving from these static segments and zip codes and all of that stuff to actually more dynamic customer profiles. So things where you can actually use to personalize the programs, personalize the levels of incentives or discounts that you're offering customers. So it's getting more and more sophisticated in understanding the customer and giving them something that they're going to use or take advantage of. And I'll leave it at that.
Hassan, thank you so much. This was very, very informative. Really appreciate the time and as well as getting up early this morning, get on the West Coast.
No worries. You owe me, Jeff.
Twice now.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Hassan. That was a great presentation. So that actually concludes our morning portion. Excellent use of time. That puts us at lunch. So see everybody back at 12:30 for the afternoon sessions.
Is in line, frankly, with what the EPA and Energy Star and everybody else do. So we don't provide conflicting information to the consumer. But what we do deeper in the platform, when you click on a product and you get to the next level, there is something that we call the eco view and the clear cost view, where you can do what I mentioned earlier, where a consumer can say, here's how much I use the product, and it uses your utilities rates in dollars and cents as well. So if you compare, if I buy this refrigerator, and you do this in Seattle, where it's 6 cents a kilowatt hour, and you do it in Honolulu, where it's 40 cents a kilowatt hour, you get completely different impacts on these choices. So the consumer gets the personalized financial impact, but the efficiency rating uses national averages.
Matthias, this is incredible software. Thank you for sharing with everybody here in Missouri and taking the time to speak with us. I'm sure we'll talk again.
My pleasure. I'll be here if any more questions come up later.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brad, if you want to take over now.
Will do. Yes, thank you very much. So next up, we have Tammy Agard with eUtility. Tammy is CEO and co-founder of eUtility, National Energy and Water Efficiency Benefit, or B Corporation, that specializes in turnkey operations of inclusive utility investment programs, specifically the pay-as-you-save system. eUtility currently operates PACE programs for all utility types in Arkansas, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Missouri, and California. We'll be adding 2 more states before 2021 is over. Tammy received national recognition in 2018 from ACEEE as a champion of energy efficiency of buildings for her leadership of eUtility's work to expand the access of energy efficiency financing in an all-inclusive manner. She currently serves on the Southeast Energy Efficiency Alliance's board and is considered a leading expert on PACE-based programs. eUtility's 2025 goals include linking arms with other program operators, large and small, and together getting PACE programs up and running all across the country. Tammy can be reached at tammy.agard@eutility.com. So, with all that being said, Tammy, take it away.
Tammy, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Tammy, we see your screen, but we're still not hearing you.
Is there a function at the bottom of the screen? You should have like a volume and a stop and share video. Tammy, alternatively, we could give you a phone number and you could call in, and you could still present the slide and just speak on the phone.
Hey, Jeff, I'll just say, Tammy, I don't know if this is relevant for you, but at my home, I have a laptop and then I have an AV cable plugged into a monitor as well. And to get the audio to work for me, I have to disconnect my cable so that I'm running just through my laptop and not through an additional monitor.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry. I don't know what that was about. Okay, how about if I go now and go back to share screen?
There we go.
See the screen now?
Yep.
My apologies, everybody. How frustrating is that? It's also really like panic time too when you have that happen. Like, I don't know. I can't even think about which way is up at the moment when that happens. All right. Well, hello everybody, and thanks in advance for being on this event today. I am so looking forward to talking with you guys about PAYS. I'm particularly excited about it because Missouri is about to be the leading PAYS state in the country in terms of programs that are up and running using the PAYS system. You guys are quickly passing others and soon to be having 3 programs already approved by the commission based on PAYS up and going. One being Ameren that we started in January. One, of course, being Evergy that we're getting ready to kick off in mid-September. And then Spire, as we all know, just announced they're looking to do a PAYS program, a few weeks ago. So I'm super excited to be with you guys today. As far as what I really want to talk to you about today is there's kind of two different things. I want to make sure those in attendance kind of get the high level of how PAYS works, what it is and what it isn't. And then I want to announce today what we're calling a PAYS Fast Pass, which is a track to go through the PAYS program when there's an urgent repair. And I just kind of want to socialize that with everybody on this webinar today and encourage some dialogue as we start to roll that out. So I'm going to start today with just a little bit about PAYS. And, I'm one of those people that I don't mind taking questions as we go. So I'm going to try to do that and stay on target and not get too lost in all this information. So with that, to start with, as I mentioned, we've got current PAYS programs going in several states. We've got them going with municipal utilities as well as rural electric cooperatives in Georgia, in Arkansas, in Tennessee, and in North Carolina. Virginia, a co-op in Virginia called Rappahannock Electric Co-op has announced they plan to come on board and have us help them launch a PAYS program in early 2022. So we're excited to add Virginia to the mix. We actually just launched a water program based on PAYS in California. It's called Water Upgrade Save. We launched it about 3 weeks ago to mind-blowing success, actually, thus far. Fingers crossed that stays. But yeah, it's all about the same metrics, the same consumer protections built in, the same idea where the utility invests on the customer side of the meter and just gets its investment back over time using its tariff authority. And so that's going really strong. And of course, in Missouri, we've got 3 investor-owned utilities. In fact, there's only one other investor-owned utility in the country that's got PAYS up and going right now, and that's Georgia Power in the city of Atlanta and Athens. It's a specifically low-income program only, and there's quite a lot of lessons that we're all learning on that effort. But at any rate, we are thrilled again to be working in Missouri. I'm so excited for the opportunity in Missouri, especially to co-deliver and the potential economies of scale that I'm in the process of moving to Kansas City, actually, as we speak. So I'm excited to become a local there. So at a real high level, I want to just kind of go through again what PAYS is and what PAYS isn't. For those on this call today who may not be aware. And so I'll go through this rather quickly, but I want to point out that it's not necessarily that on-bill loans are a bad thing. I think any kind of financing, when you can reach out and allow folks an option to pay in chunks for something, especially that's expensive, that's a good thing. So it's not to say that on-bill loan programs are a bad thing. What our experience has been, though, in operating on-bill loan programs in the beginning, now exclusively PAYS, is that the magic happens when you remove all of the typical hurdles that a traditional on-bill loan program has, and those, generally speaking, have to do with credit checks or debt-to-income ratios. Or even someone's ability to take on debt, even if they have availability some credit available that they could charge up a credit card, is energy efficiency something that they're going to be excited to take up that, that option for? And the answer, I think, is pretty clear. It's, if all of us, not just low-income folks, if all of us have an extra $10,000 laying around, first of all, that's a rare thing. Second of all, if we are fortunate enough to have that, we've probably worked really hard to save it, and it's for a reason. It's to send our kids off to college, or it's to put a down payment on a car, or it's, something that maybe a vacation even, but it's definitely not, oh, I can't wait to go out and buy a new HVAC system. It's not, I can't wait to go insulate my attic. It's just not something that gets us all super excited, even in the energy efficiency industry. So in order to, in what I've seen the magic happen with PAYS is when you remove that conversation entirely and say, look, this isn't about placing debt on an individual. This is actually about allowing and encouraging the utility to make cost-effective, smart investments on the customer side of the meter and simply recover their investment over time by placing a fixed tariff charge that's lower than the estimated savings. Let the utility that is used to investing in efficiencies on their end of the meter just simply stretch that to the customer side of the meter. As long as the consumer protection pieces are built in that make sure people do not get upside down, and if they do, there's a remedy which PAYS accounts for, then that's where the magic really takes place. So, again, you remove the money question, you remove the need for credit ability or even appetite, you actually even remove the home ownership requirement. As long as the structure itself is a secure enough structure for us to say, okay, this utility is likely to get its investment back from that perspective, in the coming 10 to 12 years, then that's really the only quote unquote qualifier that there is. No person can be turned down in a pay-as-you-save offer. So that just goes to this whole, point of if you're low income, fantastic. There's an absolute way for you to participate. If you're middle income, fantastic. There's a great way for you to participate. And if you're high income, quite frankly, there's still a pathway for you to participate. The utility is only going to invest in the cost-effective portion, however. And so the higher income, generally speaking, you have, the more likelihood there is for a copay, because the less energy you're probably wasting, if that makes sense. So there's a copay route. So, the options to participate, or the hurdles, I should say, to participate, are just entirely removed. When you change the conversation with a would-be participant to, okay, here's exactly what needs to happen in your home. If we are allowed to do this, this is the estimated energy savings that will happen at this location. This, therefore, is the payback, which is only 80% of those estimated savings, leaving you in a cash flow positive situation. And then if you move, this is not a debt. It does not follow you. It is not attached to your credit at all. The next occupants or the next homeowner that moves in simply picks up where you left off. It's that simple. If the equipment fails during the tariff recovery term, then there's a requirement there that it gets fixed at no cost to the participant unless it was participant caused.
Tammy?
Yeah.
Tim, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Could you go ahead and put your slideshow on presenter mode? I think I've gotten a couple comments in the chat line that they'd like to see the, there you go.
Better?
Yeah, perfect.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure. See, I was all flustered about the volume. Okay, so there's just a few things I want to, let's start at the bottom down there and just compare a few things with an on-bill loan program that are great. And actually Residential PACE has a few of these boxes checked too. So we all want to remove the upfront cost in order to make sure all people have, an easier option, an easier way to begin to take advantage of these programs. For PAYS, on-bill loan, and Residential PACE, residential customers are eligible, commercial customers are eligible. For the on-bill loan and PACE type programs, a customer is taking on debt, so they're signing a note promising to pay it back. It would follow them when they left. It is attached to, you know, the potential for dings on your credit if you're not able to pay it, et cetera. You know, all the typical credit requirements we all have to live with. So the individuals are personally securing the investment in an on-bill loan program. And the payment, the nice thing about the payment on a you know, loan program is it can be made through the utility bill. It can also be made you know, through a PAYS, or actually PAYS should be checked in that box as well. But so there's a lot of things on the on-bill loan program that work in its favor to remove some of the hurdles. But let's look at the top on the left where PAYS just kind of, frankly, opens the door completely wide. So first of all customers and all billing types are eligible, including renters. And this just is underlining the fact that people are not disqualified. There is no disqualifying case for an individual. A structure may not be structurally sound enough for it to be a wise investment. In that case, when that's determined, we let the would-be participant know, hey, this roof, you've got an active roof leak, or whatever the issue is that's preventing us from wanting to go ahead with an offer, and let them come back around in the program if they're able to get that taken care of. But again, no individual is told, no, you cannot participate based on anything to do with you as a person. So of course, there's no credit check at all. There's no personal debt assigned. There's no property lien attached.
Good afternoon.
Theo
Arrow, A-R-O.
We start everything with a on-site energy assessment, and we use actual billing data.
Okay, are you still on
Combined with costs for, you know, various measures, and we determine the most cost-effective scope of work for that participant. So there's not a contractor doing that, and you know, the odds of us, especially having the requirement that we've got to make sure people are actually saving more than they're paying on an annual basis. You know, the onus is on us to make sure that that cost-effective scope of work is real and legitimate and solid. And so we are the ones that control what that cost-effective scope of work is. In other words, we don't have to worry about any potential for upselling, not even intentional. You know, there's a lot of ambiguity sometimes with what's the best energy efficient measure to do. And we have a very simple recipe, the cheapest one with the best return. That's the one we're always going to default to. The customer, therefore, in the PAYS 80/20 rule requires that our estimated savings supersede the actual tariff payback to the utility in such a way that it's called an 80/20 rule. And that means 80% of the estimated savings is what we use to pay the utility back. Our goal is to leave 20% of those savings in the participant's pocket so that they're actually in a reasonably, you know, net cash flow positive situation. Another great thing about PAYS is the payments end if the upgrade fails at no fault of the participant. I'm not going to say that, you know, if the participant, you know, went up in the attic and I don't know, decided to remodel their attic and got rid of all the insulation or something, that's not a failure of the, you know, the measure or the installation, or if they replaced or somehow damaged the HVAC system, you know, tore it up. If it's not damaged clearly caused by the participant or occupant, then we have to determine who's responsible. If it's obvious, if it's contractor failure at some point, and we determine that you know, an install was not done right. For example, a duct system was paid to be repaired, for example, and you know, there's problems happening, and the, you know, customers, let's say their bedroom starts to, you know, burn up in the summer and be freezing cold in the winter, and that problem was addressed at some point. We've got some energy savings not happening. We're going to go and look and determine, you know, what's going on. And if we determine and narrow it down to the duct system and are able to determine that, you know, the contractor didn't use nickel thick mastic, which is required as the terms of the program, we're going to make that contractor go back and repair that problem and fix that issue and even provide an adjustment on the, as a credit, a penalty, if you will, to that customer for that happening. So we've got really strong consumer protection pieces on the quality of workmanship side that are, as long as the tariff is being paid back, as long as it's on the bill, those consumer protection pieces are built in and they're not optional. We have to enforce those protections. So it's a completely opt-in. Those that don't want to participate certainly don't have to. It's completely optional. And then when a participant decides to leave, or when the utility gets its cost recovery back, either one, the cost, the tariff charge stops. And then, of course, the recovery runs with the location. It remains in effect so that other people, when they show up, whether it's new tenants or new homeowners, simply pick up where the prior occupant left off. And then one of the most beautiful things I think about Pay As You Save is because the utility has the power to disconnect for failure to pay, what is a lower bill? I need to emphasize that. Again, it is a lower bill. It's not a special tariff authority to disconnect. It's the same tariff authority, the same power of disconnect that they currently have if someone doesn't pay their utility bill. It's not a special authority that Pays is asking for. It's just the same rules need to apply because the bill is lower. That means the utility is the one essentially able to secure the investment. So interest rates are extremely low. The highest interest rate we have in any program is 4%. We have one program where it's 0%. So it is just a great way for us to keep interest rates extremely low and not be a barrier to participation either. And the utility's investment could not hardly be better secured. It's a fixed charge on the bill. It doesn't change over time. Once it's applied, it stays. If an occupancy is vacant, someone leaves for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months at a time, whatever, and the power is turned off, then all that happens is that tariff charge stays idle until the power comes back on again, at which time the tariff charge simply picks right back up again. So again, it's structures that the only time we get a little hesitant to make an investment is the structure itself. Is it somehow challenged? In that case, we're going to err more on the side of caution and make sure that roof that looks like it's likely leaking or soon to be is taken care of before we can, say it's a good, safe investment for the utility. Does anybody have any questions on just basically Pay As You Save in general that I can answer at this point before I jump into the bulk of this conversation, which is the announcement around FastPass?
I think you were pretty thorough, Tammy.
All right, perfect. All right, well, if anyone out there does have questions or wants to begin to do some due diligence, I think we might have some co-ops or municipal utilities on this call. If so, feel free to reach out and work with me directly. I do this all the time, so I'm happy to help you go down that path and make sure Pays is right for you. All right, so here's the drum roll moment. So what I'm really excited to kind of dive into now is an area of opportunity that I think we have to tackle with the inclusive financing mechanism that Pays naturally provides. And that is to look at ways we can tackle urgent need or help folks in utility service territories where Pays is up and going at the moment that their HVAC system or their water heater suddenly fails. I have done some research. I'll be honest, Jigar Shah, who's going to be speaking after me, is the one that challenged me with some of the research numbers that I'm sharing here today. And I'll share it with you guys because it wasn't shocking, but it was shocking. 87% of HVAC sales across the country every year are emergency replacements. I was surprised that that number was so high. In retrospect, I'm not sure why. I think it has a lot to do with what I said at the beginning of this, which is nobody is really excited to go out and buy an HVAC system. You know, it's not something we're eager to go do usually. It's something we kick and scream and holler to try to avoid. But nevertheless, that's the number. 87% of HVAC sales are emergency replacements. So let's talk about that first. Let's pause and think about that for a second. If your HVAC system goes out, you are probably trying to use it, right? So it's probably either summer or winter. So chances are it's either really hot outside or it's really cold, and your comfort is immediately on the line. In extreme circumstances, you could even say your life, and I'm not exaggerating, especially with folks who, you know, are quite young or potentially older, and you know, extreme heat or cold can really affect you. So you're in a desperate situation at that moment, especially with HVAC. You want and need an HVAC replacement. You need a contractor yesterday when you're in that situation. You're also probably panicked about how you're going to pay for it. If you're like most people, surely you're dreading having to write that check or put it on your card. You're not thinking in that moment about the highest efficient unit for the best possible cost. You're not thinking that way. You have other priorities, understandably. So PACE FastPass, this whole concept is just another track to enter the PACE system, but it's kind of bumping the order of things. That's all it is. So it's not a different program. It's still pay as you save, but the idea is it's a track to go down or a point of enrollment with which you can kind of, you know, bump to the front in the sense that you get HVAC taken care of immediately or a water heater taken care of immediately and provided a not to exceed copay amount within minutes of enrollment. Okay. And then within 30 days, the audit actually is, you know, the audit appointment is booked and the audit actually takes place. And we can look at ways to lower that potential copay by offsetting it with higher insulation levels, you know, air sealing, duct sealing, and other things that could bring that copay down. So by basically going down the fast track path, which by the way, you know, in our mind, how we view this right now is you would have to have a failed unit or a failed water heater. We're not talking about one that, you know, you want to fail. It's got to not work. And it has to have been working. In our mind anyway, right now, the way we're thinking about it is it has to have been working in the previous week. So it is really, truly an urgent repair. So the way we envision it going, you know, happening from there is a little bit debatable, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds, and there's a lot of great minds I want to have at the table, which is one of the things I'll mention here in a second to get more into the weeds of it. But that's the kind of the high level, you know, review of what it looks like. Again, it's not a different program. It's just simply a different enrollment path with a different criteria. My HVAC just went out, oh my God, or my water heater just went out, oh my God, I've called a contractor. Now the contractor is aware, if I'm not, the contractor is aware of this FastPass track and can easily, literally within minutes of arriving at my house, I can find out what my utility is willing to pay and my worst case scenario and what I'm being offered is the highest efficient unit, you know, possible for the price. So it's going to be 16 SEER or above. You know, of course, the rebates would factor in and everything else, but that's kind of the overall, you know, vision I'd like everybody to have in mind. It's not a different program. It's just a different way to enroll, different track of enrollment, different order of service delivery, really. And this is something that, you know, we have been challenged to try to figure out before Jigar kind of really blew it up in my face with that statistic, you know, a few months back. Several of our utility partners have mentioned this to us over the years. I'll be honest, it's been more up until Missouri really jumped on board with, and the investor-owned utilities really have taken, PAYS scaling potential, really highlighted that option to me. It's been more in rural areas. We haven't really had the volume that we thought we needed to go to manufacturers and try, and the whole, chain, the whole service delivery chain, to make sure we could take advantage of economies of scale and things like this. So Missouri, this happening in Missouri with all of these utilities jumping on board is really enabling us to have this conversation and take it to the next level. So again, PAYS FastPass is just an immediate opportunity to quickly get a more efficient HVAC system or a water heater installed through the PAYS program at a substantially lower than normal retail cost. Then the subsequent whole home data collection visits within 30 days. And the point of that is to see what else we can do to absolutely lower any copay requirement that an HVAC unit by itself would require. So that's all it is. The actions we've taken thus far, we've done some preliminary due diligence with a few utilities that we worked with for a while. We've also visited with Ameren, Missouri about this just for a little bit, in particular Craig, who was on the call earlier today, and Jeff. We spoke with them a little bit more in detail about it because, interestingly enough, Craig and I were both speaking on an ACEEE panel a few weeks back, and Craig brought up this replace on fail as a potential option to maybe address through PAYS. So I spoke with them a little bit about it. We've done some due diligence with Missouri regulators, DOE loan office through Jigger Shaw, EPA Energy Star folks, and just to kind of get their high level sense of, what do they think? And everybody's really embraced it and wants to be part of the team to bring it to life. We've looked as utility, we've looked at the technology that we would need to add on to our current systems in order to support it. We know quick, fast, extremely fast turnaround in terms of getting that copay number out to a participant in a very desperate situation. We need to be able to do that within minutes. And so we've done all our due diligence on that end. So we know we can do it. We know how to do it. And we're comfortable that it fits within our means. So we're going forward on that track. And then we've also had some initial conversations with potential sources for low interest capital, just with the idea, not that it would be required for others to take it on, like if utilities wanted to continue to use their own capital to invest in PAYS, they're certainly welcome to do that. There's no requirement here. But we wanted to see if there were some potential, attractive loan dollars that might be available through the DOE and other like fintech sort of lenders like Inclusive Prosperity, et cetera. And we definitely got the warm and fuzzies from that. So now what do we want to do? Really, what we want to do is pretty simple. We want to get a lot of folks, a lot of you on this call, actually, engaged in the dialogue, more brains and more thoughts, and how we put this together into the weeds, the better. So we want to welcome and encourage all of the utilities in Missouri that have any interest in helping us figure this out. We want you have a seat at the table. We want to invite those from the HVAC and water heater industry to have a seat at the table. Folks, nonprofit organizations that do really good work like Renew Missouri or consumer advocacy groups that might have some concerns with making sure we have added consumer protections if they think those are necessary. Once they understand how we put this together, they want to make sure they're comfortable with it. We want you at the table. Missouri Public Service Commission, of course, Office of Public Counsel, of course, and others that others think should be at the table. We want to have a forum, a collaborative forum, where everybody has an opportunity to have any concerns they have need and feel good about how we go forward with this. And I want to say that I think this is going to be really important, not just for Missouri, but actually, our intent is to figure it out in Missouri, launch it in Missouri, and then roll it out to programs everywhere else across the country. So really have everyone in Missouri help us figure it out and master it and make it good, because this is an issue that is out there for the whole country. It's certainly not just, centered in one region or one area, that's for sure. So we want to be able to provide solutions. We want robust, honest conversation. We want to put together the final program parameters and scope. And then what we want to do with that is draft and issue an RFP to the HVAC and weatherization, and water heater industry. We want to invite those folks to respond with the collective volume pricing and economies of scale we think this will gain. And see how, what they respond and how they respond, and work out our agreements. And then we want to launch the PAYS Fast Pass Track as our enrollment option alongside the regular enrollment route as a next step. And as far as a time frame goes to do all that, I'll come back to that in a second. As far as the time frame goes to do all that, we really want to start launching a collaborative, actually effective today. I'm announcing it really. We want to go ahead and get the folks that want to be on board part of this conversation. We want to go ahead and formalize the PAYS Fast Pass Track in a plan. We want to draft the RFP, all of that in Q3 of 21. In Q4 of 21, we want to issue the RFP and begin the vendor selection process and go through that. And then ideally in Q1 of 2022, certainly by the end of that quarter, we want to be able to launch PAYS Fast Pass Track and get it going. So I'll go back to one of the slides that I just kind of skipped over real quickly. I want to actually share with you, which I thought was when I was sitting there with Craig on this webinar and he was speaking right before me, I thought, oh my gosh, it's like he's been in my brain. But this is actually right from Mr. Abishan's webinar just a few weeks ago, and he was calling this basically a replace on fail financing. He was thinking maybe we could use PAYS to finance or to buy down the cost of HVAC replacement at the point of failure. Yeah, I mean, it is all right there. All of the things he was thinking through, like that might require a large copay. Well, we agree it would require a large copay if it was HVAC only, but we think there's a way to get that copay drastically reduced, if not removed in many cases, when we can leverage in other savings. So anyway, just put that out there that Craig was already on this track. And then mention some of the things that so far we've already thought the collaborative could help us address, just to give people some things to think about. So, we've got to make this value proposition motivate contractors. We certainly don't want to alienate them. We want to motivate them to be involved, and distributors alike, manufacturers, all alike. Everyone needs to win from this, from this opportunity. And we also, we definitely think that HVAC and water heater contractors in volume have a potential to make more profit by partnering with PAYS than if they go it alone. But is that true? Like, we need their input. Is that really the fact? Is that really the case? And we need to understand how that, and right now, heck, it's hard to even find a contractor right now. Times are tough. We're just coming out of COVID. We're getting into a hot summer. It's a great time to be doing PAYS, but there's some economic uncertainty out there. So we really want to, engage with them and have great, open, honest dialogue there, and make sure everyone wins. Distributors, same thing. I've heard, in fact, in North Carolina, it's hard for our HVAC contractors to even get HVAC equipment from their supply chain. The distributors are just not getting them. So we've had a massive slowdown in North Carolina. And then manufacturers, are they going to have sufficient capacity to meet a large scale demand like we think the state of Missouri could bring, if we can all really, wrap our heads around this approach. So, and then lastly, we figured, should there be a large marketing campaign that was more general, because we're not necessarily like in Pays, we like to focus in and really send targeted marketing outreach efforts to folks who have high energy intense locations, right? We want to reach them like 5 times more frequently than we reach someone who's just generally hearing about Pays, maybe passively because they're looking at a website or something. We're aggressively trying to make sure they know the program is out there because it benefits them so much. And so, you know, if it's an HVAC on failure or a water heater on failure, again, you're not thinking now is the time I want to go visit my utilities website. You're thinking, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Right? You're panic stricken. You really are. And so we think a different, larger marketing campaign that just gets that message out there, almost like a 911, you know, you're an emergency 911, like a fast call center or something where, oh my gosh, this is the number I call. I know I saw that on a billboard somewhere. This is what I do because this just happened to me, you know, something like that. So anyway, you know, that's really all I really wanted to bring to light and kind of announce to everyone today. I'd love to take folks' questions and provide answers where I can, but really the point of me ending this right here on the FastPass track is really just to say, we think it's a fantastic solution. We think it's long overdue. We've got an opportunity now with the economies of scale, and we're really excited about, you know, all of the potential we see in Missouri to really take advantage of these things. And we want everyone at the table to help us figure this out and just knock it out of the park.
Thank you so much, Tammy. We did get a couple questions. We only have a couple minutes here, so I'll just say as an overall point that we're going to continue having this dialogue. You know, Pays more so than the other programs that we heard earlier today. We have commission approval. We've already taken the steps and the investment to move forward, you know, with exploring this and trying to enhance it as much as possible. And as the utilities start to roll these programs out, I think it's imperative, you know, if we can make adjustments to get that 87%, we absolutely should. So the question for you here reads as follows. FastPass sounds like an amazing crisis program that utilities can add to their energy equity program portfolio. Does the baseline system matter? So could customers be paying more than before the equipment breakdown because of the cost recovery fees? And by approximately how much?
Well, that's a great question. So the answer, simply put, is no. That's the whole point. We would take advantage of the economies of scale, issue RFPs. You know, what are you know, at a high level, what I'm hoping for is we get 16 plus SEER units, maybe 9.5 AFUE or greater in dual fuel systems. I'm hoping we get that level of efficiency at a minimum at a, you know, 13 SEER, you know, 8.0 HS or 8.0 or 80 AFUE cost. That's what I'm hoping for, is we're able to take advantage of that kind of bulk purchasing or that kind of opportunity to where it's not necessarily that, you know, the HVAC cost is dropping so much. It's that what we're getting for the high efficiency is that much, I mean, for the price is that much better. And warranty terms too. I think we can negotiate warranty terms with manufacturers as well.
Excellent. Thanks, Tammy. I think we're on for our next speaker here. Appreciate you taking the time, and we'll follow up here real soon. Brad, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Tammy. Thanks, Jeff. I guess first I'd like to check and see if Jigger is on. You can hear me. Not seeing him currently as looking as though he's on the WebEx yet.
Perhaps somebody else from the Department of Energy.
suppose we could take some more questions, talk more about this with Tammy until we see that Jigger or somebody else is on.
Brad, I'll jump in. I think one of the interesting things I'm taking from the series of conversations throughout the day is this idea of a baseline really matters. I know I keep coming back to this, but we heard an option that there's early replacement, there's replace on fail, and there's also a third option of potentially buying a used equipment in a situation like a replace on fail. And so how we consider that, I think, is going to be interesting for future conversations, because not every single one of these replace on failure sales decisions necessarily upgrades immediately to the existing, federal code baseline. And I think that's part of the opportunity we're trying to address here.
Thanks, Craig. We'll try again here. Anybody from the Department of Energy on? I had gotten emails earlier today about this, so I'm really hoping somebody's on. Well, how about Brad, or Corey, if you're on, if you could maybe reach out with your contact and follow up to see if there was a technical issue on their end. If not, I might just skip ahead to next steps. Does that work, Brad?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, and then this won't take long. We'll go to next steps, and if we get somebody from DOE at that point, then they can jump on. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share. Okay, can people see that?
Yeah.
And Andrew, if you could give me a thumbs up, that'd be great. Okay. Mia, next steps. Here we go. All right, so we've heard a lot today. And what I would offer up, first of all, thank you. Everybody that's still on, that if you made it this far through the day, for all of our speakers, I really do appreciate you taking the time to share with all the stakeholders here in Missouri. Usually this is live and it's usually pretty animated. It's always a bit of a challenge when you're doing it on a webinar, but I had counted at one point just over 90 people. And I know that a number of the different callers had multiple different attendees at a given time. So it was a really, really good turnout. Again, a lot of information thrown at you. To state the obvious, we have a number of upcoming dockets in place, including MIAs, IRPs, rate cases. This is plenty of opportunity to explore and continue to refine MIA programs moving forward. And to basically, that challenge that I would pose to you is, how do we move beyond light bulbs, right? How do we evolve beyond the sort of low-hanging fruit that we've largely picked? And at the heart of that comes dialogue and engagement, both from at our office with staff, with DE, Renew, and obviously the utilities themselves. We've had a number of, I think, what I would characterize as wins, settlement and agreements where we've had parties come together and saved everybody a lot of time and hassle instead of going to hearing. So, to the intent, you can engage stakeholders early and often in the process. I think that's a really good and healthy thing. Specifically talking about next steps, what I'd like to do is set up some future meetings. We have a couple elephants in the room, I think, that we need to address to now that we've got more or less pays approved across the board in this state, we've given a lot of lip service to economies of scale. We've talked a lot about how, this can unlock benefits for customers that don't have capital, or customers that, oh, it looks like I got a pop up here. I don't know if people can see that too. All right. Oh, annotated. Got it. Okay. So, lost my train of thought. Shared gas and electric measures, cost allocation, savings, and billing. This is a regulatory sausage making exercise. We need to sit down with the electric utilities and Spire and stakeholders and talk about how we allocate those costs. That's an auditing and accounting issue. The savings allocations for stuff like insulation, and how we can make those savings more cost effective than they otherwise would be if it was solely electric or solely gas. There is a potential issue, that's going to require a waiver from the commission, likely, in terms of codified rules and how we count savings. So that's a discussion we're going to need to have. And at its most basic level, we're going to have a discussion about billing and how this information is portrayed, on a customer's bill when it's across two separate utilities. Looks like Haley Haynes is not allowing me to annotate. All right, there we go. Early replacement EM&V. Craig had teed this up earlier. This is another issue that needs to be addressed. If we do move forward with focusing in on pays and targeting replacement upon failure, effectively right now, utilities are penalized. There isn't the incentive savings wise to focus on replacement upon failure units as it is trying to get units before the end of their useful life. I expect that to be a pretty robust conversation, but if there's an appetite for it, we need to go down that path. The third issue, and Tammy teed this up, was RFP process, or just-in-time processing. Quite frankly, this is the economies of scale. This is the Missouri Voltron that we referenced a lot, in years prior. Right now, we've got something very unique in Missouri, which is pays across the board with the same implementer. That at a very simple level, that's administrative cost savings. But on a really fundamental level, that gives us competitive power. That gives us competitive power to go ahead and buy things and negotiate sales in bulk. We're going to need to go ahead and have a dialogue about untapping that and getting those bulk savings for manufacturers in terms of just-in-time processing, that is ultimately, funneled down to the trade allies themselves. There's also opportunities to go ahead and bring on our cooperatives and municipals to the extent that they're interested in exploring those options. Again, these would just be savings, again, that would help everybody else. It's just larger economies of scale. And finally, we would be able to, in theory, negotiate with those manufacturers, other incentives. And a lot of this was information that was teed up to me through the Department of Energy. But, the suggestions that I got were, talking about not only locking in good deals, but introducing tune-ups on a 3-year basis, including apps that notify customers that they need to replace their filters to ensure that those units are running at an efficient level. All sorts of different things that I'm sure we could come up with. To Tammy's point, in terms of the FastPass itself, Spire, and I really do appreciate Shailen and Sherry presenting on relatively short notice and about their success with their financing program. But they serve as a really good focal point that it can be successful. It can work, and a lot of that comes down to simplifying the process and working with those trade allies to support it. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned through that. But educating our trade allies about that fast pass option will effectively be key. The fifth point is that this is going to modify targets and market potential study. I mean, if we're going to, and this is the lever changes that I was speaking to before, but if we're going to be, revisiting how we've done things in the state, there's a push-pull mechanism that also corresponds to how we're counting energy savings, and accordingly, how we're rewarding utilities for a job well done. So there's a lot of robust conversation to have there. The third-party capital, today it's not an issue. We are utilizing utility capital at a very low interest rate, and it's working out fine. Moving forward, if we were to scale up the PAYS programs, if we got to a point where we said, you know what, now we're really going to double down and just incentivize and make Missouri more efficient, it's probably going to require a lot more capital than we're currently utilizing. That's a discussion on the utilities end, whether or not they want to continue utilizing their own capital, or if we want to explore utilizing a fintech through, hopefully, knock on wood, outside vendors, in this case, potentially the Department of Energy, and they could go ahead and provide low-cost financing through the fintech, or other outlets like that. So I think all of those are options if we wanted to scale up. Again, you really need to address points 1, 2, 3, and 4 first, but that capital, at least those conversations have already started. 7, there's a concurrent, docket that's opening up right now for FERC 2222. Demand response, to the extent that that's part of the FERC purview. It obviously extends well beyond demand response, but it is an element to it, and that is obviously a key element within MEEIA, especially today where our utilities are largely long on capacity, and we're expecting a more volatile market moving forward in terms of price signals. Anybody that's been on the news and seen what's going on in Texas right now, that's a real good example. Hopefully they pull out and don't have another repeat. Finally, to discuss dates. What I'd like to do is send out a doodle poll to follow up again here sometime in July, and sit down and start going through these steps and knocking them out, with a soft target date of trying to go through the steps and have something ready in time for, calendar year 2022. I believe, and this is, a lot of my questions early on centered on whether or not people were comfortable with meeting in person. I think if we're going to be effective, I think we're going to have to be in person. I think we're going to have to talk. So expect that coming forward. We'll have more discussion on it. I'm going to end there because I can see Jigger Shaw right now. How's it going, sir? Excellent. I am on share. And without further ado, I'm still sharing. There we go. Brad, if you'd like to do introductions.
Sure. Thanks, Jeff. Well, as mentioned, we got Jigger Shaw with us. Quick introduction here, and I'll let him get to it. Jigger Shaw was most recently co-founder and president at Generate Capital, where he focused on helping entrepreneurs accelerate decarbonization solutions through the use of low-cost infrastructure as a service financing. Prior to Generate Capital, Shaw founded SunEdison, a company that pioneered pay-as-you-save solar financing. After SunEdison, Shaw served as the founding CEO of the Carbon War Room, a global nonprofit founded by Sir Richard Branson and Virgin Unite to help entrepreneurs address climate change. Originally from Illinois, Shaw holds a BS from the University of Illinois, UC, and an MBA from the University of Maryland, College Park. So take it away, Jigger.
Well, thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure. I apologize for my connection issues here, but as you know, there's a lot of change happening today, and so I think that there's a tremendous amount of focus on central station solar and wind, interconnection queues, and decarbonization of the grid. There are a lot of folks who've figured out how to use corporate PPAs to decarbonize um, their steel mill or something else, which is great. But as we move forward, one of the other things that we're seeing in places like Texas this week is that we really need to figure out how to help consumers directly at the same time that we're also decarbonizing the grid on the generation side of things. And with that, you've got fantastic programs like Ameren's doing with the PAYS financing program and many others. And the last thing I would say is that we're in a place now where there's a framework in place to figure out how all of this comes together. And that's the FERC Order 2222, which really allows demand flexibility, full access to the independent system operator. And through that exercise, really says that demand flexibility needs to get compensated with the same level of sophistication that we're currently compensating natural gas peaker plants or battery storage today. And so when you think about what that means, it's really a sea change today. So whereas today, when you think about the Texas grid, a lot of folks are looking at central station, natural gas approaches that Berkshire Hathaway has recommended and others. But there's not that many people who are saying, hey, wait a second, for 1/10 of the cost, we can actually help people with connected appliances, right? 87% of Americans replace their appliances when the appliances stop working, right? A water heater, HVAC unit, refrigerator stops working, you get a new appliance. And normally you can try to get it the same day, so you're not inconvenienced very much. A lot of low moderate income folks are pitched on the spot financing, which can often be 30% interest financing. And so a lot of folks are looking at how they might use the PAYS model, but residential PACE or on-bill utility financing or whatever other approaches to help people get appliances more affordably, so they're not using payday lenders to do it. And as you do that, you can make sure that those devices are connected devices and can participate in these FERC Order 2222 programs. And so when you think about what could be done in Texas today, if you had $100 million worth of thermostats that were installed that were connected, you'd actually be able to manage this process with 90% cheaper prices and costs than what they're currently managing with peaker plants and with central station battery storage. And so when you think about what role the Missouri Energy Office plays here, the question really becomes, how do you take the money that you have available to you, whether it's the weatherization dollars, the LIHEAP money, some of those monies, and blend it with some of the next generation financing tools that are available, right? So it's residential financing from solar companies like Sunrun or Sunnova or Lone Pal, which is now called GoodLeap, I think, and Solar Mosaic, Dividend Solar, Sunlight General. These guys are doing $1 billion of financing a month today. How do you leverage that fintech platform to do more? Or you can work with some of the energy efficiency platforms like Uplight, NRV, and folks like that, and figure out how we can do more there, right? Or you can blend that in with the Public Service Commission work around what they've been looking at around energy efficiency. So the way the PAYS program works in Ameren's territory is you have a whole bunch of folks who are looking to finance projects through the existing tariff mechanism. And then what you do is you work through them to pitch people who have the lowest energy efficiency ratings, right, that utility is doing with Ameren. And then the financing is about 3% cost of capital. And then, there's an additional layer of rate basing that's done by Ameren so they can get up to an 8% rate of return that's paid for by all ratepayers. So all of these approaches are ones that are already accepted by the Public Service Commission of Missouri. In fact, I think this tariff that was installed by Ameren took all of 90 days or less to put into place, right? So I think that in some ways there is a feeling that these approaches are not acceptable within the regulatory construct of the states. But in fact, I would say that in Missouri, but in other states as well, there's actually been a pretty good partnership between utilities, their public service commissions, and the state energy offices to really be able to pilot this stuff. And now the question becomes, with all of the additional resources coming from the Department of Energy and coming from potentially the American Jobs Plan, what are we preparing ourselves for? What approaches are we preparing ourselves for? And I would suggest to you that today the technology is ready, the partnership layers are ready from utility to others, and the utilities and regulatory constructs are ready to be able to actually manage the grid in a way that's much lower cost than what we were doing last year. Because once you actually empower consumers with connected appliances, once you empower them with energy efficiency and others, well, now as people buy electric vehicles and start plugging those vehicles into distribution grids, you can actually avoid upgrading those distribution grids just because 2 people decided to buy an electric vehicle on that block. You can now use the connected devices and the energy efficiency that people are doing in their homes financed through these approaches to be able to avoid these distribution system upgrades, which are leading to rate increases that are faster than inflation, right? And so if you want to control rate increases, you can do this by empowering consumers. And then the icing on the cake is that we've got $40 billion of resources within the Loan Programs Office. And what we've determined is that we can actually turbocharge these approaches through our financing. So we can offer financing at 2 to 3% cost of capital. You can then layer on all of the program administration costs on top of that. And now you can be deploying these technologies at billion-dollar scale, right? Because the state of Missouri, LMI customers, frankly, all customers, are already buying $200 to $300 million of appliances a month in the state of Missouri, right? And so, and of that, about 43% of that's LMI, right? So I think everyone should be able to access this program. But you can imagine a lot of folks saying, we're not interested in filling out 3 pages of paperwork. We're just going to run our credit card through the machine and buy a new appliance. So it might be more LMI customers that are actually taking advantage of these programs than non-LMI customers. But everyone, I think, has access to it. And then as you start rolling this out, let's call it $100 million a month, you're talking about $1 billion worth of connected appliances that could be done in a year. And that doesn't even count the electric vehicles that could be financed through this program, because electric vehicles are also a form of connected appliances through their charging station, right? I mean, most people in Missouri do have a dedicated place to charge their car. And so you actually have a place where you can put in an EV charger, and you can use that EV charger also as a connected appliance. And so I think when you think about where the state energy office plays a role in organizing a lot of these pots of money that are coming into the state, and figuring out how to take the best practices that have already been implemented in Missouri, but also in related, neighboring states, I think you start to see where we can take, the full technology suite that we've, researched and invented over the last 20 years, and start to deploy it at scale to really help make people's lives more comfortable, but also give utilities tools by which to keep rates under control and provide a better quality of life for all ratepayers, right? Remember, the only idea that any of us have come up with to reduce electricity rates, forget about reducing the growth of electricity rates, but actually physically reducing electricity rates from where they are today, is better asset utilization. And that comes from demand flexibility, right? So if you can use the transmission lines and distribution lines we have today more efficiently, and you can actually sell more kilowatt hours, which comes through electrifying everything, putting in heat pumps, figuring out how to get more people to use electric vehicles, which, oh, by the way, save money if you finance them over a 10-year or 15-year period of time. Then you're talking about reducing rates even for people who are not being directly helped by these programs, because the entire system becomes more efficient. And so that's what we're pursuing at the Loan Programs Office. That's what we're pursuing at the Department of Energy writ large. And we think that that allows for everyone to participate in this full decarbonization by 2035 goal that the president has laid out. And, so we're not actually just talking about providing people grants. We're talking about empowering them through appliances and vehicles that they're going to buy anyway, and figuring out how to make those appliances connected into the grid, into the system, so that we can make the entire grid more efficient.
Thanks, Jigger. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to some questions, if that works for you.
Yes, of course.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Jigger, great to see you. I think the last time I saw you in Missouri was when you were at the our MOSIA conference, our local SIA chapter. Yeah. So really happy you're with us today. I guess I would love to hear eventually from the Division of Energy, our energy office here in Missouri. But there's been a lot of discussion lately that we've been having, my group, Renew Missouri, and the Division of Energy, about prepping an infrastructure bank, or a green bank in other terms, or some sort of state lending institution that is ready to accept whatever funds or loan programs that the Department of Energy or the Biden administration announces. And so I'm just wondering if you, like, the top couple things that you would recommend that an energy office be doing right now, because that guidance, I think, is really important. Like there's sort of, there's a lot of prep work being done, and I'm not the expert on it. I'm sure someone from the Division of Energy can tell us, but I think they're really looking for guidance on like what order to do things in, and when, and like what needs to be ready by when. So do you have any thoughts there, just in broad strokes?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think we're, 130 days into the administration. So I think there's been a lot of checking and double checking and legal analysis and cross-agency collaboration. And so I think some of that guidance is coming out. So one of the things that we've talked about is that, so the EPA has now determined that the Clean Water Fund in Missouri is capable of setting up the infrastructure bank. And so that is precisely what has been done in Rhode Island, and parts of it have been done in New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and a few other places. And so the Clean Water Fund of Missouri has a AAA rating today, right? And for those of you who don't know how it works, the Clean Water Fund came out of the Clean Water Act. You get block granted money every year. That money is used as a revolving fund to help people with wastewater treatment facilities and things like that in the state. EPA has determined that water and energy have a nexus, and therefore all of these programs can be backstopped by that program. So the way you would do it is you create the you'd have the Clean Water Fund. They would rent out their AAA rating to the Infrastructure Bank of Missouri or Green Bank of Missouri that would be created, right? That Green Bank of Missouri can borrow $500 million from the Loan Programs Office, guaranteed by the Clean Water Fund, which is AAA. And then you would have a fintech layer in the middle that would make sure that no money is lost, right? So you would have a group like Utility or Energy or Dividend Solar or Uplight or all these other folks, you do an RFP and pick somebody who actually knows consumer finance and make sure that you're charging the right interest rates, you have the right size of reserves, you do all these things that are consistent with best practices so that the Clean Water Fund never has to pay you a dollar to pay back the loan that we provide, right? And so that's what a lot of states are ramping up to do now. And it requires leadership at the governor's level to be able to direct the Clean Water Fund to do this work. And if you don't want to do it, well, then you can create a green bank. A lot of folks have created a green bank and allocated $0 or $5 million or $10 million to it. And then it basically would be something that looks like an energy authority that isn't backed by any funding or bonds, but is backed by a mandate to do something, right? And then you do something more complicated to solve the problem. So for instance, the Philadelphia Energy Authority doesn't have the backing of the Clean Water Fund. But what we've been able to do is to find an insurance company to wrap the guarantees of the Philadelphia Energy Authority. And then that insurance company requires a 5% wrap by the city of Philadelphia. So for $1 billion of insurance, the city of Philadelphia has to put forward $50 million worth of their credit capacity, right? And the same thing is true is the insurance company now makes sure that the fintech company is not getting over their skis and is properly underwriting the loans and all that stuff. And Philadelphia Energy Authority would do an RFP and pick that fintech company, and then do it that way, right? So each group is trying to figure out what they can do politically, within the state to figure out how to make it work. And we are working with NASIO writ large to get these ideas written up into some sort of FAQ or best practices, because the Loan Programs Office is not allowed to tell you what to do. I think we're allowed to share information across many folks that we've talked to, and then each state energy office gets to decide what they want to do. But yeah, I think 130 days or so in, we're catching up. We're trying to figure out all the different pockets of authority that are out there and trying to connect the dots for people so they can go more confidently into their public service commissions or governor's offices to try to figure out what the art of the possible is.
Thanks, Jigger. I got a couple questions here. One question is actually asking whether or not the clean water funds, as an example, would you be diverting funds away from clean water?
No, you're just renting their balance sheet. So you wouldn't use any of their money. You would only use our money from the Loan Programs Office. But they have already been given a AAA rating by S&P and Moody's. So you would lend us their AAA rating, and then we can give you the absolute lowest cost of capital. So at a single B minus, which is where a lot of the unsecured programs would be, our interest rates would be at 5%. At a AAA rating, we'd be at 1.9%.
Wow. Okay, that helps. That you had mentioned, one of the enabling, powers for the DOE loan office is sharing, programs and ideas in place, and then you're in the process of communicating with NASIO about best practices. Could you provide a couple examples, just illustrative examples of best practices with these sort of programs, whether that's distributed energy resources or demand response, energy efficiency, and so forth?
Well, I mean, I've given a couple, right? So the state of Rhode Island has backed their Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank with the Clean Water Fund, and they're now coming to us with a broader sort of proposal to do what we just talked about. I think separately, you've got all the residential solar folks who want to expand their market. So they're saying, look, we've already paid $50 million for this fintech platform and software. So instead of just doing $20,000 loans with solar, let's do $1,200 loans with air conditioning systems and water heaters and others. So they're doing air conditioning systems already because those are $4,000 loans. But they're looking to get into water heaters. And with water heaters, as you know, or may not know, the state of Washington has already mandated that all water heaters have a heat pump version and be connected. So now A.O. Smith and Ream and everybody else has this model, and it's available in all 50 states. So those are also being, financed through these platforms. And then you've also got the refrigerators, which are also thermal batteries that are doing it. And then you've got folks like Ohm Connect and Uplight and others who are doing it just through thermostats, right? And so some of them are actually giving the thermostats away for free because it's so valuable in FERC Order 2. So there's a lot of different things that are occurring. NRV is partnering with big retailers like Best Buy and Home Depot and Lowe's, and partnering with Coastal Bank behind them to provide financing through traditional banks. Amalgamated, Live Oak, and some of those folks are active in the space as well. So there's different groups that are doing different things. Obviously, in Missouri, you've already got a working model with the utility and Ameren with using a pays model, right? So that may be the easiest thing to scale up in Missouri, right? So for us, right, NASIO is a source of a couple things. One is that I think NASIO believes pretty strongly in making sure that state energy offices are informed about all the different options that are there. And I think the second is that NASIO, I think, has a set of resources there that can help with some of that, technical, training and analysis. And so Joe Adronico, I think, is on this WebEx from my office. So he's been leading the charge on a lot of the best practices here at the Loan Programs Office. So, as he gets that completed, he'll be sharing that with NASIO folks, and then, that's sort of how that works.
Excellent. Thank you. We've also, had the opportunity to wanted to shoot some questions back at the audience as sort of a dialogue here with DOE. And this was exchanged through an email earlier last week, but Andrew, I'm going to pick on you since I can see you. Your thoughts, and what do you think is the biggest challenge facing Missouri right now in trying to scale up demand response or even promote distributed energy resources?
Well, I'm from the nonprofit sector, right? So I guess I have the luxury of sort of being free to not offend anyone, or at least those who are over me. I think it's a huge political problem. I don't think there's any political leadership that wants that to happen, or that sees it as a value, or that sees it as a desirable. And I mean, that's just my blunt assessment. It's not necessarily partisan. I just don't think that at this moment that is a high priority. That could really help things if we had some guidance there. And
What is the what exactly that you don't see a lot of support for?
the reliance on distributed energy resources to meet energy demand, like in a significant way, and to maximize the possible usage of those resources.
Yeah, I think that's true across the country, to be clear, right? The California ISO had nothing but negative things to say about distributed energy resources last summer, and is now eating its words and is trying to figure out. I'd say that the program that we're outlining here doesn't rely on that function, right? It only relies on the state energy office having a desire to make sure that the 50% plus of Missouri citizens and residents that don't have $800 in their checking account are provided with options by which to replace appliances when they break, right? And I think that's all we're solving for here. And my sense is that is something that there is political support to do. And as long as those appliances are connected appliances, then there is the option value of being able to opt them into distributed energy resources at a moment when, AARP and others decide that it no longer wants double the rate of inflation rate increases, right? And so when you have a number of political constituencies within the state that say, look, there's a better way of keeping rates low, then those folks will then take advantage of the connected appliances that are installed. But for now, I think we just need the political willpower in the state to believe that folks should not be subject to payday lenders when, you know, replacing appliances in an emergency situation.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And you know, one thing I'll say for Missouri is with our energy efficiency law that covers IOUs, we do have a situation where the utilities can be a real partner here. They're financially incentivized to capture a lot of this efficiency, as Jeff says, you know, beyond light bulbs, which is where we're trying to go. Appliance replacement, you know, and appliance replacement and significant envelope savings and insulation and stuff, the high ticket things. And if those can be enabled through financing, then that's that's a lot of big chunks of efficiency that utilities can make money on. So like we do have that going for us, just needs all to come together.
Well, but I do think the nuances matter here, which is that I don't think that the uptake of the deeper weatherization and retrofits has been very high through the programs. I think that where you get a lot more interest is in these appliance replacements, because the appliance replacements are viewed by consumers as a pain point, something that really needs to get fixed in a very short period of time. Where I would say that the upsell to weatherization and making their home more comfortable, I think takes a lot more work, because that's a repayment cost that they're taking on, which I think fully pays for itself in the utility Ameren program, but it's still like an opt-in that they may not want to opt into. And so like that's why I separate the two, because I think the appliance replacement is something that is already happening at a rate of $300 million a month in Missouri, and of which $100 million a month I think is LMI at least. And efficiency programs, hugely valuable and fully pays for itself, may not necessarily be something that has a high uptake, you know, from consumers.
Excellent. Thanks, Jigger. And Andrew, anybody else want to take a stab at that question? Obstacles currently in Missouri that we're facing that need to be overcome to go ahead and promote more demand response, bigger uptake? You know, Jigger, one example I'd give is just, you know, from on the regulatory side, it's a feeling of a little bit of uncertainty in terms of FERC 2222. How quickly is it going to move? How is it ultimately going to shape up? You know, as a state, I jokingly say that, you know, Missouri is never accused of being a first mover. You know, we're the show me state. We like to sit back. Right. So we like to sit back and see how things kind of play out first. But, you know, at the same token, you know, so I guess the question there is, does the DOE have a sense of, you know, from the Biden administration or otherwise that things are going, that there's an impetus to move quickly?
Well, the answer is that it doesn't matter, right? Like ultimately, if you're gonna, if people are currently using payday lenders to buy appliances in an emergency situation, which is 87% of the time is an emergency, then we have an ability to intervene now to give people a better product, right? That's it, right? Now, if FERC Order 2222 never happens, people still got an appliance at a much more affordable rate that is a connected device that could be opted into FERC Order 2222 when that occurs, right? Or not, right? And so it sort of is what it is. Now, like, do I think FERC Order 2222 is going to happen? I certainly do believe that Texas and California in particular, but other states as well, have already committed to large implementations of FERC Order 2220 for no other reason than they don't have a choice. Every other way for them to manage their grid is 10 times more expensive than FERC Order 2222. So they're like, even if we don't like demand flexibility, we're stuck with it because it's so damn affordable, right? And so they're going to do it. And so, you know, and Rich Glick at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is committed to the full implementation of it. And so he's demanded people respond to their docket within 270 days. And, you know, this is a 3-year implementation process. We all know that. And so my sense is it's occurring. But in the meantime, there's no reason for people to be preyed upon by payday lenders.
No, I think we can all agree on that. You know, utilize the options that we have in front of us. And you know, one thing I'd like to stress is just how important it is not to get locked into path-dependent, inefficient appliances. So, you know, the key phrase I keep hearing is connected, right? It's that connected point. So we can get, you know, a really efficient HVAC in place, but if it's missing that point of being able to communicate, being able to be called upon, then we're missing a really good opportunity for years.
Yeah, and it's free. That's the thing. Is it like in an HVAC, right? The connected device is the thermostat. It's not the HVAC.
Right.
Right. And so like, and most people offer those connected thermostats for free. I think Honeywell's connected thermostat is like $68. Right. And so like it's not like it's something that can be specified and mandated within these financing programs where you just say, look, if we're going to finance an HVAC unit, it's got to come with a connected thermostat. Right. And I think you start to see this with water heaters and other things too, that the cost differential between a connected device and a non-connected device is like $20. And so the financing programs can just mandate that it be connected.
Is there a concern? I got a question here. Is there a concern at all about interoperability?
Well, I mean, there's always a concern about that, right? But I think that when you think about the way in which these appliances are already being tested in markets like Washington State, California, et cetera, I think that those improvements are being made in real time. So, you know, like I know that the water heaters have no problems whatsoever. The thermostats have no problems whatsoever. So like Nest and Ecobee and Honeywell have been a pain to work with. But for whatever reason, over the last 5 months, they've decided to be much nicer to work with, and they're suddenly interoperable. The refrigerators have been a real pain, and so I think that'll probably take a couple of years to solve. But in general, like the fact that they're connected gives you other benefits, right? It allows you to like turn on and off the thermostat when you go on vacation. It allows you to, I mean, I think the connected refrigerators let you order like milk directly from a list that LG and Samsung give you, right? And so, you know, so like I think that there are other reasons why people want a modern connected device other than FERC Order 2222.
Right. No, absolutely. Brian?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Jeff. Hi, Jigger. It's Brian File. I'm with Evergy here in Kansas City. Welcome. Thanks again for the presentation discussion. Maybe weighing in a little bit on the demand response question and the market adoption and what you see there. Maybe a question back for you is from what you're hearing nationwide or how you see it from what you've interpreted from FERC is how that customer perception and understanding of that connection to the grid and the value of FERC 2222 will come from. Do you feel like that's a trade ally, an HVAC contractor reaching out? Is that a state informing them, customers? Is that the utility informing customers about what that means and the value proposition there, either financially or otherwise? How do you see that playing out from where we are today?
Well, I think what FERC cares about is none of that, as you know, right? What FERC cares about is to make sure that we use our interstate transmission capacity most efficiently. And every study that has ever studied it has shown that demand flexibility is essential to being able to absorb higher penetrations of variable wind and solar, right? And so That's what FERC cares about. So that's why FERC 2222 is passed. And so I don't think that they are going to opine on any of those topics. So then the question becomes, what do you care about, right? And what does the State Energy Office care about, right? And I think what you guys care about is to make sure that best practices are followed around making sure that customer comfort is maintained, right? So whether it's thermostat settings, right, and saying, look, you can modify it plus or minus 2 degrees, but not any more than that. And there's an opt-in part of that. And then, or you can say for refrigerators, right? Every refrigerator has a setting from like 1 to 9 or whatever. And as long as you're staying within the safe zone of the food, right? Again, you're, plus or minus a degree. So if there's excess wind being produced, you cool the, the food down by a degree. And then if there's less wind, you let it float up, right? And the same thing's true with water heaters, right? It's making sure that people have hot showers when they want it. And, so, and all of these things have brains in it. So you can actually make sure that if people are nighttime showers, then the appliance knows it. If they're daytime, they know it. If it's all day, they know it. So, like, to me, I think that it really comes down to the methodology that the utility prefers and the platform operators prefer if it's being outsourced to the platform operator, right? So if like in general, my sense is you're going to have a platform operator like OhmConnect or Uplight or somebody else who actually does the work for the utility, and then the utility will provide the service level agreements that it deems like appropriate for what's been set by the stakeholder process in the state. Sorry, you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, it'll come down to some local interaction or intervention discussions with customers about the value proposition and what they ultimately can. I mean, one of the things that we talk about quite a bit in Missouri is what is the value proposition related to this demand flexibility and interactive part now and then in the future. And so I think that's what I foresee as something important for us to discuss and ultimately all start stacking hands on it to increase the opportunities.
Well, that question, Brian, DOE can answer. So we can answer that for you, right? Whether it's the LA 100 study or the Chris Clack study, or all the future studies that DOE will do for you. Like, we can actually answer for you in numeric terms the value of demand flexibility on a circuit by circuit level for the utility, right? So if that's the question, we can answer that question, right? I think the preferences of the stakeholders as to how you want to obtain customer permission is a different question, right? That's the stakeholder process I'm talking about. But in terms of like what the benefits are, look, the utilization of transmission and distribution has never been lower in Missouri and all the other 50 states in the United States, right? So we used to have 40% utilization of our T&D infrastructure. Today, it's less than 25%, right? And so as a result, rates are much higher than they need to be because you're optimizing for the worst 80 hours of the year for T&D infrastructure. Well, now the worst 80 hours of the year can be managed via demand flexibility, right? And so that is something that we have modeled and we have calculated exactly what the value is for LA 100 and for the Chris Clack study, right? So those studies have already been done, and now we can replicate them in Missouri and other places to your liking. So if you guys want to partner with us with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, we can answer that question for you to the circuit level. But we just can't answer like what the preferences are for the state around how it wants to implement those answers.
Yeah, great. I think that might be a great follow-up from this too, just for all of us to maybe understand a little bit more. I'm not that familiar with those two studies and what's been done there. So not living on the T&D side that much, but that would be interesting.
Yeah, we would be happy to help with those. I mean, that is the key to this whole thing, is that we believe, and we think we have been verified, that the only idea that anyone has in the entire country for reducing electricity rates is demand flexibility. The other idea reduces the generation part, for instance, of cost, but then the transmission gets to be congested. So then you have to buy more transmission capacity to put it in. Then you have to buy more distribution capacity to get it to the home. The only thing that anyone has come up with that we've seen that's been modeled to prove that you can reduce rates is demand flexibility.
Excellent. Thank you. Hassan, do you have a question?
I can't speak for Missouri, but I can speak a little bit to Washington State utilities and the challenges they're having. There is the money, there's the technology. Some of the challenges they're having, especially with LMI customers, are more infrastructure. So you go into a low-income home, there's no broadband, or there's no central HVAC system. So instead of buying one smart thermostat, suddenly you need like 7 sensors on all their baseboards and their window ACs and such. And then the other big piece is, especially in rural areas, you need a workforce development piece, because many small contractors, they're not going to go out and put in heat pump water heaters or things they're not familiar with. So how do you bring on those small contractors in remote areas and teach them about the benefits of these connected technologies? So to me, from the LMI perspective, I think it's really okay. We have the technology, we can give them free thermostats, but first of all, are they going to be connected, and are they going to be cheap enough to put in there? And the second piece is the contractor piece.
Yeah, those are great insights, and we totally agree with you. And as part of our program, right? So once you agree that you're rolling out smart appliances and DERs, the broadband piece is just part of the system. So we can finance the broadband piece as well. And then there's lots of money available through the FCC and through the Biden administration putting forward. But we can absolutely put that together. Jeff, I see there's a lot of interest in the studies. And so Joe Adronico will get those to you. And, would love for you to send them out to everybody else here. I mean, the LA 100 study in particular is amazing, but also the Connected Community study that was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation with Chris Clack is very good too. So happy to send those out to you. And then DOE is planning on replicating those studies into 30 additional geographies in FY22. And so, we're happy to, have you guys sign up to be one of them, and also happy to share with you, some of the other, cities that we're doing. But unfortunately, Jeff, I've got to run for 4 o'clock, but I think this was hugely helpful for me. I hope we were able to answer the questions, and I'm not sure if Joe's got a cutout as well, but hopefully he'll stay on and be able to answer my questions.
I can stay for a sec, Jagger. Thank you.
Great.
Jagger, thank you very much.
My pleasure, and thank you so much for all the work that you guys are all doing every day. It feels like things are moving very slowly, but I promise you things are moving very fast. And so I really want to thank all of you for your continued engagement, because it just would not be possible to meet the speed at which we're going to do this without all of your expertise and help.
Thanks a lot, Jagger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, definitely a lot of inquiries about the Chris Clack study and the LA 100. To the extent that you can get that to me, that'd be great. I'll be sure to circulate it with everybody that's on the call. We'll post it in NEFIS. For speakers that are still on from earlier, we would love to go ahead and get a copy of your PowerPoint and put that in this docket as well. If we'll follow up with emails as well. Brad, do you have any final comments? I know we're at the top of the hour here.
No, nothing more than we'll be talking sooner than later about follow-up in our second collaborative meeting and start getting some input and feedback from the stakeholders for that.
Yeah,
Hey, Jeff, it's Marty. I'm sorry to weigh in here at the end. I don't know if it sounded like Andrew Laniers had a question for us before.
Oh, that's right. Marty, would you like to opine on that?
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Andrew, are you still there? think Andrew might have dropped off, but I'll be sure to follow up with that, Marty. I think it was just in general about how to coordinate DE activities with green banks, I believe was the question.
Well, I mean, I guess there are a few things I could point to in that regard. One would be just that we are engaged in a state energy planning process at the moment. We just released a report outlining what our approach will be going forward over the next several months, and that will basically be to look at initiatives of interest to particular regions of the state. So to the extent that there are stakeholders interested in, say, financing or what have you, in a particular region, that would be something that would be good to let us know, particularly in the context of stakeholder meetings that I think we're targeting for some time within the next few months to get going. I'm obviously just another thing I'll mention from a financing perspective is that our energy loan program cycle did just open up on, let's see, was that June 1st, I believe? And I think that runs for a few more months, and opportunity for financing of cost-saving energy measures for various public sector type entities. So those are the two things I'd point to. And obviously, we did have some discussion a little while back about how do you set up more financing opportunities. And I think part of the discussion there would be what particular projects would we be looking at financing. And it wouldn't necessarily be us, I should caveat. It might be in partnership with the Environmental Improvement and Energy Resources Authority, or EIERA. So I'll stop yammering now.
Yeah, I'm actually, I hope EIERA was able to attend today. I know that that was on the to-do list amongst many other things. I really do appreciate everybody taking the time to get out there. As Marty says, there's a lot of things going on at once. No rest for the weary. We definitely have our work cut out for us, and expect to get some follow-up calls in July, and we'll talk about how to move forward with a lot of the things that we've discussed here in today's conference. So I guess with that, thank you.
Good work, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.